This feudal lord is highly scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Magic and Science. Your talent is considered a genius, the most talented genius, even in the endless plane. AOF said this at the beginning, and now he is even more convinced. Even if it is just outstanding, it is already the top talent I know. His original plan was to stay here for a week or two, so that Lin Ke and others could learn how to study and research, and then he would leave, and let Lin Ke and others accumulate their own knowledge in the future and finally successfully become scholars. However, he only lectured for a few minutes, and this future Viscount of Azan became a scholar. Andrew's leg. Please don't fool an old man who has been unable to be promoted for a long time. AOF sighed in his heart, but smiled on his face. He thought this smile expression was very good, because this expression was a kind and friendly smile formed by the solidification spell he added to his face. Although he didn't know that this looked quite weird to Lin Ke and others. Teacher, the difference between a genius and a teacher is that a genius is not a genius, but meets a genius teacher, so the genius becomes a genius. Lin Ke bowed his head respectfully. Flattery and so on. As long as you have entered the system, you can always see and learn. Well, let's continue the class. AOF, who was so excited by Lin Ke's praise, sighed in his heart. Lin Ke is much more polite than Garros, the stupid and reckless man. Look, what he said is human language. He waved his staff, and a bunch of crackling purple light spots appeared, and then these light spots scattered with a whoosh. This is our Nasan continent. Our continent is on a ball. The rest of the world is ocean. Of course, there is another continent. These light spots formed a sphere in the air, with two large bulges, which are two continents. AOF looked at the three people through the bookshelf. John's eyes widened, but he held back, and didn't make any sound. But Nyx couldn't help, but let out a small exclamation. Only Lin Ke looked normal. AOF pondered for a moment and asked, Lin Ke, do you know why this is? Why? Why is it spherical? Because of gravity. If there is no external force, all objects have a tendency to gather towards the center under the action of gravity. But what is the essence of universal gravitation? Not to mention him, even Newton didn't know. But of course Lin Ke wouldn't say that. Teacher, I don't know why, but I have observed that the Nasan continent where we live is round. John and Nyx turned their eyes to Lin Ke this time, their faces full of why. Even Aofu was a little curious. Can you tell me why? Lin Ke, when I look into the distance, people always disappear in the horizon with their feet first, then their bodies, and finally their heads. If our Nasan is flat, then unless there are trees blocking it, I should be able to see it all the time. This is a very simple way to prove that the planet is round, although it is just a conjecture, and not very practical. John and Nyx couldn't help but nod slowly after hearing this. Some things can be slowly understood after they are said out loud. Aofu couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's right, but there are mountains and trees on all sides here. It's good that you can observe this. He now thinks that this Lin Ke is really too good, and he even wants to accept Lin Ke as a disciple. But Aofu thought again, this young master Lin Ke is so smart, calling him teacher is just out of respect for him. A child with such thinking ability must want a teacher who is a heavenly legend of level 21 or above, and he must be knowledgeable and powerful. He is only level 19 now, not even level 20, let alone breaking through the heavenly level, which is really a pity. Forget it, I will teach you as much as I can. Next, Aofu put himself in the position of being just an enlightenment teacher, and began to tell some common sense about Nasan. For example, Nasan is actually a ball, and in the outside world, small balls such as the sun and the moon revolve around Nasan. Then there are the stars, which are the projections of the faith kingdoms of the heavenly gods and the self-owned planes of the heavenly legends. And further out, there is the plane crystal wall system. After breaking through the plane crystal wall system, you will go to the star realm. In the star realm, there are endless planes up and down. Some are just a continent, some are spheres like Nasan, and some are all oceans or nothingness. Since the establishment of the professional system, there have been pioneers of the heavenly rank, scholars, who broke through the crystal wall system and explored the boundless starry world. Later, a genius invented the space-time teleportation array, which allows non-heavenly beings to go to other planes through the space-time teleportation array. Thus, the endless plane battle began. Nasang's resources are too limited, and countless strong people and big families want to find the possibility of breakthrough in the endless plane. After all, there are various resources, cultures, cultivation methods, etc. in the endless plane, including Lin Ke's father. This time it is said that he also spent a lot of money to buy a space-time anchor point, and he should conquer that plane at this time. You must know that the underlying rules of the world are destined. Once Nasang anchors the space-time anchor point to a plane, that plane will become Nasang's subsidiary plane. In other words, Nasang is the main plane. It turns out that this world is more vast than I imagined. Lin Ke's eyes were also full of shock. He always thought that this was just an ordinary planet, a planet with stars and satellites. Unexpectedly, the sun and the moon were just decorations, and the shining stars were just the kingdom of faith and their own planes attached to the crystal wall system. After finishing the morning study, Lin Ke felt that he had gained a lot. Aofu was worthy of being a legendary being. His knowledge, insights, and abilities far exceeded those of Butler Billy and others. Lin Ke benefited a lot. Remember, the cornerstone of our world is matter. Only those idealists who are as stupid as fishmen would think that the world exists because of them. Finally, Aofu ended with a sentence that made Lin Ke remember his teacher's philosophical preference. In the afternoon, it was research. Although Lin Ke successfully took the job of scholar, he had no experience in researching this world. The accumulation and perception of those professional characteristics all came from his previous life. Today I will take you to do the simplest research on the use of power. Outside the woods, Aofu flipped his hand, and several round wheels appeared. No way. Pullers? Lin Ke fell into deep thought. He wanted to learn magic, but Aofu taught them pullers? As if thinking that Lin Ke and the others looked down on these small wheels, Aof didn't care, but took the wheels back and said, "I'll show you my first skill, power stacking." As he spoke, Aof came to a tree, and a purple light shone on his body. Lin Ke felt that it was a surge of professional energy. Then, Aof flicked his fingers, and a glass bead-sized electric ball flew out. Crack, crack, crack. I don't know how many trees were broken in half in an instant. More than a dozen thick trees fell within Lin Ke's field of vision. John and Nix were stunned, but Lin Ke was thoughtful. This is because I engraved the power stacking method on my first skill position. I can cause thousands of times the power damage just by moving my fingers. Aof explained simply. Sure enough, it was a pulley system, and there was also mechanics knowledge in it. Lin Ke thought to himself, and then said, "Teacher, does the superposition of forces vary with different angles? And the size and material of the wheels also affect the superposition effect of forces?" This Off, who had just shown off his skills, was silent. Is this child really the offspring of that reckless man Geros and that silly little girl Fron? Chapter 27. Off is leaving. John and Nix spent the whole afternoon in a daze. Neither of them thought that 7 or 8 ordinary wheels together could produce such a great force. And Lin Ke was also a little surprised. After all, when Orff used a simple magic trick, smoothing, the friction was visibly reduced. Magic is like a sword, and skills are like guns and cannons. This is only in terms of power. But while professionals have solidified skills, they can also use some magic, just like people who use guns can also play with big swords. For example, this smoothing technique was originally used to make the ground slippery and deal with warriors, but Orff used it to explore strength and uniform speed. This also made John and Nix understand what friction is. Then, at the dinner, Madame and Tower, Lin Ke's mother Fueling, Butler Billy, and a group of servants. They all knew that Lin Ke became a professional in half an hour and celebrated it with a lot of fine ingredients. Professionals are at least considered the upper class of society. Even if Azan was destroyed now, Lin Ke could still get the status of Pioneer Knight granted by some nobles by virtue of being a professional. Wouldn't the Pioneer Knight who opened up the territory become a noble again in the end? There were only 4 people at the dinner table, or 3 people and a rabbit man. "Auntie, I need the resources of the family. I need to do a lot of experiments and research, and do a lot of things. Lin Ke spoke directly, calling auntie when there was something, and madam when there was nothing. She was so willful. Madam and Tova and butler Billy controlled the financial power of the family. If they didn't want to give it, there were always many reasons to refuse. So Lin Ke had to get the consent of the madam. And Tova used her white fingers to gracefully pinch the silver cup and shake it. In it was a kind of sour and sweet raspberry juice. When she heard about money, she frowned subconsciously, but seeing Lin Ke's expression, she slowly said, "It's not impossible for you to use money." As she said that, she glanced at Lin Ke, as if she wanted to see Lin Ke staring at her with his cute big eyes, begging and coquettishly. But she was disappointed. Lin Ke did not show her the expression that was only shown to Feudal. Instead, he looked at her calmly, waiting for her to make a condition. And Tower was bored for a while, then frowned and said carefully, 500 gold coins per month. 500 gold coins. Lin thought that there would be only 100, but she didn't expect 500. After all, the purchasing power of gold coins is actually very large. The exchange rate here is 1:10:100, but Lin Ke calculated that the actual exchange rate should be around 1:14:123. The actual purchasing power of one gold coin is about equivalent to 123 copper coins. It's just that the Nasan people don't seem to know much about finance, so the exchange rate may be set randomly for the convenience of calculation. If Lin Ke didn't know that wealth needs power to protect it, he might want to be a capitalist. 1,500 gold coins. I need 1,500. Lin Ke opened his mouth and asked for a lion's mouth, but bargaining is like this. So many? Too much? Before Antao could speak, Feudal next to her exclaimed, "Which side are you on?" Lin Ke was worried about his mother's IQ. And Tao's face darkened. At most 550 coins. 1,500 coins are too many. It was almost equivalent to half of the castle's income. Lin Ke knew this, of course, so he pretended to be silent. The experiment I want to do is very expensive. You know, the strength of professionals is piled up with money. How about this? 1,000 gold coins. Barely enough. The strength of professionals is piled up with money? No wonder professionals are so powerful. Feudal listened to Lin Ke's words naively and then believed it. And Tower glanced at Lin Ke and said to Feudal, "Sister, I remember that our husband didn't seem to spend the family's money, right? He never spent money." Feudal reacted instantly and looked at Lin Ke. "Yes, little Lin Ke, your father used to live very frugally, sometimes even only spending 1 gold coin a month." The head maid, the head guard and the purchasing team leader who had a monthly salary of 3 silver coins smiled and waited. John, who was paid 1 silver coin a month and saved by Billy, looked confused. Only Nix was shocked. The monthly harvest of the entire Abbot tribe, sold to those merchants, was only a dozen silver coins, and the most they harvested was only 20. "How about this? I'll give you 600 gold coins, which is what you can get as the eldest son." Antova took a sip of juice, then asked the maid to wipe her mouth, and prepared to leave the table. "Then 800, which can support my experiment and let me become a powerful professional to protect the castle, as soon as possible. Don't forget that the 2 tigers haven't come yet." Lin Ke smiled, talking about the deep blue giant tiger, but the 2 deep blue giant tigers ran away. "Tiger?" Antova glanced at Billy, the butler next to her, and Billy nodded slightly. So Antower was relieved and said, "My dear eldest son, that is the trouble caused by your followers. You have to solve it yourself. Besides, your powerful teacher is here, so we don't have to worry, right?" So Lin Ke argued again, and Antower dismissed him lightly. After several rounds, Lin Ke's monthly experimental expenses finally became 727 gold coins, 5 silver coins and 3 copper coins. This is the date of his birth. Deal. Lin Ke was very happy. Originally, he thought that it would take about 200 gold coins, but he didn't expect to get 700. Sure enough, when you want to remove the window, you can't just ask for it, otherwise it will be rejected. You have to ask to remove the roof, so that when people stop you, it will be easier to accept your request to remove the window. In the evening, it was still guard training, and some guards were also training in archery. Lin Ke wanted to train some guards to become archers. And the next day, Aofu was silent again for Lin Ke's pocket money. He only knew that Gero seemed to be very poor, so poor that he seemed to have to borrow money from other nobles. His family seemed to be very rich. Then, the next day was the real study and research. Today, I will tell you about our country, the Kingdom of Gila. Now, it's time for you to study the pulley system. I mean John and Nix. As for Lin Ke, I will teach you other knowledge. I don't know how many levels there are for professionals, but gods and legends are all 21 and above. Today, I will tell you about the struggle and history between the materialist school and those stupid idealists. Now, Lin Ke, you and I will learn how to create lightning. As for John and Nix, have you studied the science of power? Let me see how to make a pulley system. 5 days of getting along made Lin Ke feel the passage of time again, as if he was studying in high school in his previous life. And in just 5 days, Nix also became a scholar, which made John very jealous. But after a few more days, John also successfully took office. This is healthy competition. The competition between the two of them is completed by strengthening themselves. Vicious competition is usually carried out by weakening the opponent. Of course, only John thought he was competing with Nix, but Nix didn't feel that way. Today, looking at the 3 talented children who have already been employed, Aofu expressed his desire to leave. In the study, looking at the talented children in front of him, Aofu felt very sorry, but he was not good at communicating with others, so he really couldn't ask, "Do you want to be my disciple?" "What? Teacher, you want to leave?" Lin Ke stood beside Aofu, frowning. After so many days of getting along, he could make Aofu accept someone standing next to him. "Yes, little Lin Ke." Aofu touched Lin Ke's soft brown hair, his voice was gentle, and his facial expression was natural. After Lin Ke found that Aofu's smile was solidified by magic, of course he tried every means to make Aofu cancel it. "Teacher, can't you stay for a few more days? I still don't understand the attraction between the power of thunder and lightning you mentioned." Lin Ke was a little flustered. He felt that his teacher Aof was too powerful and knowledgeable, and he saw a way to combine magic and science. But he had not yet completely opened Aof's heart, nor had he completely solved Aof's social phobia problem, so he was not sure if he could become his apprentice. "No, I have to think of a way to force Aof to stay." Lin Ke thought quickly in his mind. Now, the only way is to try shock therapy. Shock therapy is generally used for some stubborn psychological disorders, but it is a method that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and the effect is not good. But it's too late now. Lin Ke must show some theories that are completely opposite to Aof's theory, and then make Aof furious and want to prove Lin Ke wrong. He knows that teacher Aof is a staunch materialist, and he is particularly disgusted with the idealist school of thought. If I argue with him about this, Lin Ke has a plan in mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28: Materialism, Idealism, and Dialectics. Teacher, before you leave, maybe we should talk again. Lin Ke tried to make his tone more relaxed. He had to find a balance to avoid Aofu from getting too excited and then making a big move, or to avoid Aofu from not getting excited enough and not wanting to stay. "What?" Aofu asked gently. Generally, Lin Ke's questions were very insightful and could even have a sudden enlightenment effect on him. "I often feel confused, because when I close my eyes, the world disappears, and when I open my eyes, the world reappears." Lin Ke was full of doubts. "I feel that the essence of the world is just whether I believe it exists or not. The essence of the world is whether I believe it or not!" Exclamation mark. Aofu's face was serious. He stood up from his seat and said, "Child, close your eyes." Lin Ke did it immediately. Aofu took Lin Ke's hand and placed it in his palm. "Do you feel my warmth? Do you feel that the world has disappeared now?" Lin Ke couldn't help but nodded. The world is still there. Then, he opened his eyes. The serious wrinkles on Aofu's face relaxed a little, and he warned, "It is normal to have doubts when you first learn and come into contact with other knowledge. It is very normal. Well, it is normal, but you must remember in the future that the cornerstone of the world must be material." Aofu began to reflect on himself, whether he mentioned those idealistic idiots too much sometimes, so that he influenced Lin Ke's ideas. This is simply a sin. Such a good seedling must not be led astray by his gossip. "Well, I understand, teacher." Lin Ke nodded slowly, but the puzzled expression on his face has not disappeared. Aofu couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Lin Ke's puzzled expression. "Little Lin Ke, do you have any other ideas?" Although he didn't say it, he had already unilaterally regarded Lin Ke as his disciple, the first disciple. He didn't want Lin Ke's thinking to be polluted by some stupid ideas he had mentioned before, otherwise the world might lose a talented materialist scholar. "Well, teacher, I didn't know this world before I was alive, but with my birth, this world also appeared in my eyes, and with my death, this world also perished for me, at least for me." Lin Ke expressed doubts again. Big trouble. Aofu subconsciously clenched the staff and paced back and forth. The energy in his body unconsciously operated, and some purple electric currents moved back and forth on the surface of his body. Aofu stood still and said in a gentle voice, "Child, I told you about geography and history. Before you were born, this world had already." In order to have enough impact, Lin Ke interrupted directly, "This may be a scam. All of this came with me and will eventually be annihilated with me. Everything is fake. Historical nihilism." Aofu was horrified. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but twist his brows together. "Then how can you prove that these things don't exist?" "I told you, child, only things that can be proved to be true or false can be called partial truths. Science is what can be verified or falsified, and superstition is what cannot be proved." Seeing that Aofu was getting excited, Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. "Then teacher, please find something beyond my cognitive scope, so that I can prove that this world was not created by my mind." Here it comes, a killer move. People can never create things beyond their cognitive scope. All creation or innovation is just the arrangement and combination of existing things. Lin Ke's meaning is very clear now. Aofu must come up with something logical and effective to prove that this world was not created by Lin Ke's mind. Hearing Lin Ke's words, Aofu suddenly froze and did not speak. The purple current on his body shrank back into his body in an instant, and the whole person froze like a stone sculpture. John and Nix next to them were already drowsy. They could understand a little bit of the discussion at the beginning, but the rest was just ordinary heavenly books. What creating the world and destroying the world seemed too far away to them. It would be better to think about what to eat for dinner. Looking at Aofu's appearance, Lin Ke couldn't help but call out softly, "Teacher? What do you mean?" Boom. Endless electric light suddenly burst out from Aofu, but was absorbed back into his body in an instant. Lin Ke just felt a violent breath, and it calmed down in an instant. Yes. As long as we prove the theorems and rules that those stupid idealists have never seen, they will know their mistakes. Aofu was excited, and the white hair and beard on his head moved without wind. Lin Ke was stunned. Could it be that in this world, idealists of historical nihilism are so popular? Little Lin Ke, I know what you mean. You want me to stay, right? Aofu looked at Lin Ke and smiled from the bottom of his heart. He always knew that this child was very intelligent, so he said that with Lin Ke's wisdom. How could he fall into the idea of historical nihilism? However, although he has hardly communicated with others for 100 years, he is not stupid. He finally saw Lin Ke's thoughts. Lin Ke must want to learn more of his knowledge. My knowledge is almost taken away by you. Aofu was actually a little embarrassed in his heart, and this was also the reason why he wanted to leave this time. He has nothing to teach. He was not referring to teaching the male servant and the rabbit man, as they had not yet fully comprehended the method of superimposing and fusing the power of the first day. He had nothing to teach, because no matter what it was, Lin Ke could tell him everything, as long as he gave a start, and he could even say something that even he could understand. Therefore, after his family assets were emptied out for 100 years, he was ready to slip away and go to his own plane to study for a few hundred years. However, since Lin Ke had already brought it up today, Aofu immediately thought of what he had always wanted to do. That was to accept Lin Ke as his disciple. However, he had always been unable to speak up because of his social phobia. He always felt that he was only level 19 and was not qualified to teach. However, now was a good time. In Nasang, knowledge is power. If you want to acquire knowledge, the best way is to become a disciple and join this school. Thinking of this, Aofu was a little nervous. His palms were full of sweat, and his old but pure eyes kept avoiding Lin Ke's gaze. Lin Ke was a little nervous. The previous preparations had been made for so long, and the next step was to become a disciple. It is not known whether the powerful existence of level 19 would think highly of him. After all, he is just the son of an insignificant viscount. Although he has outstanding talent in the eyes of these strong men, perhaps becoming a heavenly rank is the most important thing, right? Genius and heavenly rank, the difference is just one word, like a chasm between heaven and earth. In addition, the title is too low. A duke may have endless resources under his command to provide people with research, while a viscount only has so many gold coins every month. Lin Ke's back was slightly sweaty, and he was about to dodge when he met Aofu's eyes. After all, every time he saw the old man's pure eyes like an ordinary baby, he would feel ashamed. However, when he was about to look away from Aofu's eyes, he was suddenly stunned. Aofu avoided his gaze slightly with a guilty conscience, his fingers subconsciously stroking the staff, and even the toes in his boots seemed to be tightening. Huh. What is teacher Aofu so nervous about? Is a social phobia happening again? Lin Ke looked at Aofu with a little concern. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Aofu almost shouting, "Lin Ke, are you willing to be my disciple?" When Aofu opened his mouth, he could see the purple lightning flashing deep in his throat, as if Aofu was not facing a child, but a terrifying professional enemy. Then Lin Ke was stunned. Hey, what's this? Why is he so fierce? Chapter 29 Entering the city again. Lin Ke, are you willing to be my disciple? Aofu's voice was like thunder, and in an instant, the entire castle could hear his voice. John and Nix, who were closest to him, were startled by Aofu's sudden roar. Aofu was also startled by himself after he roared, and his whole body stiffened. Wow, embarrassing. So many people heard his voice. Lin Ke was stunned for a second, and then knelt down in an instant. Lin Ke is willing to be Aofu's disciple. Good guy. Although I don't know why Aofu suddenly fell in love with him, but the opportunity is not to be missed. Aofu didn't expect Lin Ke to be so decisive, and then he thought of Lin Ke's concerned eyes just now. Sure enough, he is a gentle child. Aofu's heart warmed slightly. He has always known that Lin Ke is a child, and he is trying to make him less afraid of people. He has seen everything Lin Ke does. Child, get up. Aofu's voice was gentle. Lin Ke was a little embarrassed. Such a gentle elder was actually deceived by him using various methods. It seems that he must treat this teacher well in the future. So, for a while, the teacher and the students got along well, and they liked each other more and more. Teacher, I'm going to the city to do some shopping in a few days. Would you like to go with me? After a while, Lin Ke asked. It wasn't long since the last shopping, but Lin Ke needed a lot of materials. In addition, the castle's two celebrations, that is, the celebration of Off's arrival and Lin Ke's becoming a scholar, led to the castle needing to purchase some good ingredients again. And a lot of them. After all, according to the words of Butler Billy, Master Lin Ke, who has become a professional, can no longer eat ordinary ingredients. It just so happened that Lin Ke also wanted to take a good look around the small town. Last time he went in a hurry, he didn't take a good look around. Well, I won't go. Orf felt hot all over his body, as if he had been burned by a level 19 lava beast 100 times just thinking about the scene of the crowds of people. However, Aofu thought for a moment and said, I heard that you encountered a level 2 deep blue tiger last time. How about this? I will summon a level 5 servant of truth for you to take with you. Remember to use it if you encounter danger. Level 5 is pretty good. According to Lin Ke, there is a skill slot after every 2 levels. Compared with magic, skills consume less energy, take less time, and can cause greater damage. It sounds like a copy of magic, but in fact, Think about the difference between swords and guns. It is undeniable that swords are more useful in certain situations, but in most cases, professionals still prefer to solve problems with a headshot. Level 5 magical skills require a level 10 professional to release. The previous Deep Blue Tiger was just one level 1 and one level 2. Thank you, teacher. Lin Ke thanked him. Aofu nodded, and for a moment he was a little dazed. The first disciple in his hundreds of years of life was right in front of him, which made him, who was used to being alone, feel different. Next, the class began. Aofu began to talk about some other knowledge. He mainly has some knowledge in the science of strength and lightning, and can only be regarded as slightly understanding, and heard of knowledge in other areas. However, this also allows Lin Ke to quickly absorb knowledge and use it to judge the general research level of this world. In this way, 2 days later, the ox cart slowly set off again. This time, the safety of Lin Ke and Feudal was greatly improved. Because Orf was in the castle, Lin Ke could assign more guards to follow, and the guards themselves were different. Lin Ke bought the bow and arrow making methods of some hunters in the surrounding area, and then made 200 bows and arrows, and specially trained shooting. Butler Billy said that his bastard father never distinguished between infantry and archers, and his soldiers were always knights. It's just that they were professional knights. Little Lin Ke, we won't encounter that kind of tiger this time. Feudal was a little worried, and didn't get off the car to play. This made Nyx, who was standing next to him, feel a little guilty. Lin Ke hurried over to comfort Feudal. It's okay, mother. I'm already a powerful professional now. Unfortunately, he didn't learn magic or skills, because Lin Ke is not even at level 1 yet. Saying that he was powerful was just a way to comfort Feudal. Yes, little Lin Ke is really powerful now. Looking at Lin Ke in front of him, Feudal couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Lin Ke let him pinch her a few times. Feudal's mood improved, and then he got off the car to play, and John followed him. It was Lin Ke's idea to bring Feudal out this time. Last time when they encountered a tiger, Feudal was just a little girl from the countryside. She had never seen the world and was scared. It was just a good time to relax. Lin Ke looked at Nyx. Nyx, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if I didn't protect you at the beginning, the two tigers would have the same result. When they met us, the two tigers would follow Nyx by smelling the smell, and then meet Lin Ke and the others. When Lin Ke met the two tigers, the first thing he thought of was that these were beasts in the forest that came out to look for food, and he was afraid that they would attack immediately. So, there is no need for Nyx to blame himself. Nyx nodded and his expression relaxed. The convoy headed north at a moderate speed. Lin Ke closed his eyes in the carriage and began to practice. Nyx saw that Lin Ke was so talented and was practicing at any time, so he sat down as well. There was darkness outside the soul space, with various light spots flickering in it. Lin Ke's consciousness spread out, capturing those faint light spots, and then throwing them at the knowledge saplings growing in the soul space like feeding. This is meditation. As an Andrew level talent, the saplings can eat many light spots, so he also has to feed them a lot. Fortunately, his soul is strong enough. In addition to the reason that two souls merged when he crossed over, it is estimated that the legacy of the King of Gods is also at work. Suddenly, Lin Ke saw in the darkness that among the scattered light spots, there was a large green light spot in the distance. What a big wood element. Lin Ke was delighted. He immediately ignored the small spots of light and rushed to the big spot of light with all his strength, wrapped it up, and dragged it back. He dragged it out of the soul space and smashed it towards the knowledge bloodline without hesitation. After contacting the light spot, the bloodline immediately absorbed the big light spot of wood element like a sponge absorbing water. In an instant, a feeling of fullness came from the knowledge bloodline. Wow, so much. Done. Lin Ke, who had just closed his eyes for a while, opened his eyes again, and found Nyx practicing next to him, so he walked out quietly. John, aren't you meditating yet? Lin Ke jumped out of the car and saw John helping Furlong put flowers on her head with a happy face. John, who was having fun, stiffened when he heard Lin Ke's words. Lin Ke shook his head and walked over while advising, if you want to catch up with Nyx and follow my footsteps, you must work hard. Practice, that is, meditation, is actually very boring. Just like studying in the previous life. But in order to get into college, you have to be patient and control your natural desire to play in order to achieve something. Regardless of right or wrong, this is the rule of the world. So if John wants to achieve something in the future, he must practice hard. Chapter 30, An unknown baron pukes in. In the end, John still obediently went to practice. It is not known whether it was the words not as good as Nick's, or can't keep up with Lin Ke that stimulated him, or both. Lin Ke went to play with feeling. This time, Lin Ke wanted to let his mother have a good time and relax. It would be good for her health to dilute the shock and joy of the past few days. So, Lin Ke used all his skills, and his acting skills were comparable to the day when he angered the king of gods to death, making Feudal laugh all the way. In this way, at noon, they finally arrived at the nearest small town, Parrot City. Little Lin Ke, guess why it is called Parrot City? Feudal wore a yellow flower on her head and was as excited as a village girl who was about to enter the city, but she was a naive, romantic, and beautiful version. Feudal always has a special temperament, which is the most special temperament among the people Lin Ke has seen. I don't know. I don't want to know. Lin Ke still maintains the persona of a lovely and considerate son and tries to make his mother happier. If there is one person in this world that Lin Ke cares about the most, it should be his mother, followed by his teacher, John, Nix and others. As for Viscount Azan, he ranks about 100th, and should be near Old Jaw. Old Jaw is a servant who specializes in shoveling manure in their castle. Let me tell you. The reason why Parrot City is called Parrot City is because there is a wave of parrot migration every 5 years. Feudal said with anticipation. I saw it last time. It was so beautiful. Red and green. Your father accompanied me to watch it at that time. Alas. As she spoke, she sighed. It has been 6 years since I last saw him. Lin Ke saw his lovely mother become sad, and he really hated Garros. Although he knew that it was the best choice for Garros to fight outside. After all, the stronger Garros is, the greater the guarantee for the survival of the family and the more resources it has. However, he didn't care about him so much, and left his mother here without caring. Even if Garros is a good lord, he is definitely not a good father, let alone a good husband. Mother, we are at the city gate. Lin Ke pointed to the city wall in front of them. In front of them was a city built on a plain. The city gate was very large, and there was a shallow and narrow moat around it, connecting to a river that flowed slowly into the distance. This river was what Lin Ke had always coveted, because there was only another small river in Aznan, and the water flow was not as strong as here. Yeah, let the purchasing team go shopping, and I'll take you to visit Parrot City. Furlong's interest suddenly rose, and she forgot all her worries. Lin Ke smiled and nodded, and Nix and John also came out of the carriage and followed Lin Ke and the others. There were many people coming and going in and out of the city gate, all of whom were villagers and merchants from other places, and there were also some purchasing teams. Fortunately, the city gate was wide enough for them to enter and exit. When the soldiers at the city gate saw the Aznan logo on Lin Ke's convoy, they immediately raised their heads and chests and saluted with their right hands. They were all members of the Azan family, so they were naturally familiar with their own family's direct lineage. Originally, Garros' branch could not be considered a direct lineage, otherwise they would not have been assigned to such a remote castle. But since Garros emerged and won the title of Viscount, he led the entire family to become a Viscount family and conquered a large piece of territory, and Garros' branch became the direct lineage of the family. Nassan's title system is simple, rough and brainless, which is probably related to the king's lack of serious governance and plain exploration. After all, there are endless plains waiting for the nobles to explore, who would continue to focus on a few Viscount territories. Lin Ke, let's go. After entering the city for a distance, more people began to gather, and it was noisy. Furlong jumped out of the car holding Lin Ke. John and Nix followed, and the leaders of the first and second groups of the 2 guards followed them to protect them. Lin Ke was very resistant to being hugged, but Furlong liked to hug him and pinch his cheeks, so he could only bear it. Well, what are you going to show me? That's right. Let's go to the messy street first. Feudal ran to a place excitedly, like a little girl who had been locked up for a long time. Lin Ke was wandering around and couldn't help but pat Feudal. Mother, put me down. and walk by myself. John, Nix and the guard team leader behind him lowered their heads and pretended not to see it. They rarely see their young master being held like a child. In their eyes, the young master is usually a professional destined to be great, a classmate with dazzling talents and a strict training officer. Perhaps only in the eyes of Mrs. Feudal, the young master is still a child who hasn't even celebrated his 6th birthday. We are here. After jogging for a while, Feudal was a little out of breath, so she put Lin Ke down. Little Lin Ke, you are already 6 years old. You have to learn to walk by yourself, you know? You are so tired. No, ma'am, you are so unreasonable. I heard it. Lin Ke nodded helplessly, in a baby voice. Okay, let's go. Feudal pinched Lin Ke's cheek with satisfaction, and then pulled him inside. The messy street is a place similar to a department store. Everything is bought and sold, and there are all kinds of people here. For example, some hooligans squatting on the street corners playing with sharp knives are usually thieves and robbers, and sometimes they can change their identities to robbers. There are also some people wearing hoods and walking in a hurry. Obviously, they have valuable items to sell or buy back. There are also some travelers with frosted faces, some beggars and performers on the street, and some guards with vigilant expressions. There are many people and they are very mixed. Lin Ke is also sensing the surroundings, and so are the guards, including John and Nix. They are also looking around with a vigilant look. Only a silly girl. Wow. Lin Ke, look, they are breathing fire. Wow. That person jumps so high. Wow. What a cute cat. Wow. If there weren't so many people, Feudal would have almost jumped up. It was just like Lin Ke was holding Feudal, not Feudal holding Lin Ke. Aboo. Gaga. Squeak. There was a place similar to a pet store over there. There were several large iron cages in front of the door, in which were locked various wild animals, but no magical beasts were seen. Come on, Zyro Lin Ke, I'll take you to see the animals. Feudal pulled Lin Ke over there, as if Lin Ke wanted to see the animals. Thanks to the bright red patterned clothes and noble symbols they wore, no low-class people dared to touch them. This is the city under Azen's command, and bright red is the mainstream color of Azen. Until, oh, who is this? Honorable Madam Feudal, Azen's sweetest fiery red wind has blown here. Welcome, welcome. A greasy-haired and powdered person appeared in front of Lin Ke and the others, with a confident smile on his face. The confident light not only covered his greasy belly, but also covered the lust in his eyes. The sweetest fiery red wind is a compliment to Feudal, representing the recognition of Feudal by the guests when Viscount Garros and Feudal got married. Hello, Baron Sandal. Furlong smiled like a flower, innocent, romantic, and ignorant, just like a pure white daffodil. Chapter 31 Visiting a pet store. People were coming and going on the messy street. Baron Puxin, whose name Lin Ke couldn't remember, saluted very gracefully with his fat body, and then stepped forward to kiss his hand. The hand-kissing ceremony is only performed when relatives within the family meet, and the younger generation will salute the elders. For example, if Lin Ke meets an aunt or an auntie, he can kiss her hand. But this kind of ceremony should never be performed to the wife of the same generation, which is extremely rude. Therefore, Lin Ke directly blocked Baron Puxin's fat hand, shook it, and shook hands with him. Hello, Pooh. No, Uncle Baron. There is no such thing as a handshake in this world. The general etiquette is to beat the chest with the right hand to express sincerity, or to bow to express respect. Baron Puxin raised his eyebrows at the little guy Lin Ke who suddenly appeared in front of him, but smiled slightly after realizing it was Lin Ke. So it turns out to be the respected Master Lin Ke. I'm your uncle, do you remember? As he said that, he moved away from his greasy belly and barrel waist, revealing a boy with a slicked back hair behind him. Galia, you peers should talk more. Well, I'll talk to Madame Furlong first. As he said that, he couldn't wait to use his, but to push Lin Ke away. Baron Puxin raised his head, showing his nostrils, and smiled with one corner of his mouth pouting. Hello, I am. Lin Ke smiled faintly, ignored Baron Puxin, avoided Baron Puxin's body, and directly grabbed Furlong's hand. Let's go, mother, let's go to the Aklas store to take a look. After saying that, he pulled and left. Furlong said and waved to Baron Puxin. Goodbye, Baron Sandal. John and Nix were still young and didn't understand, so they just followed. However, the two guards blocked Baron Pukesin and Baron Pukesin's front intentionally or unintentionally. "Father, that mudblood ignored me." Baron Pukesin's son pouted, breaking the powder on his face, revealing freckles. Baron Pukesin didn't say anything, stood there and squinted his eyes, hiding the brilliance in them, and then followed. Akila's shop. This is a pet shop, or an animal sales shop. There are pets, mounts, cattle and pigs, and some delicious beasts. This is a very spacious shop, with 3 floors. It is said that this shop also has branches in other parts of the continent, and it also sells some unique creatures and even intelligent life from other planes. Although this shop in Parrot City has 3 floors, it is still very crowded. There are many hunters and adventurers who will catch some precious beasts from the nearby forest or the larger swamp to sell, so the whole space is filled with various animal calls and stench. Feudal frowned as soon as he approached and stopped. You know, when you look from a distance, you can only see cuteness and novelty, but not the stench. Feudal was ready to go somewhere else. After all, it was afternoon and the weather was hot, so the stench was even stronger. But at this moment, the lucky blood in Lin Ke's mind jumped. The knowledge blood has special bonuses in learning, acquiring, mastering, and using knowledge. And the lucky blood will increase the probability of lucky events. So, mother, I want to go in and take a look. Lin Ke pulled Feudal's hand and looked at Feudal with her pure and flawless eyes. Feudal's heart melted, and then she couldn't help but overflow with maternal radiance. Okay, and pinched Lin Ke's face. Success. Lin Ke looked back and saw that Baron Pukesin seemed to have followed. This guy, isn't he afraid that Garros will come back to deal with him? Lin Ke gave the 2 guard team leaders a look and said, "Tell that Baron to get out if he doesn't want to die. Otherwise I will tell Viscount Garros the truth." Then he led Feudal into Akila's shop. The 2 guard leaders looked at each other, nodded, and then turned to look at the Baron Pukesin who followed them. It can be seen that Akila's shop was originally very spacious. But when the only 2 clerks in the shop were busy, many beast cages had to be thrown on the ground at random, making it seem crowded everywhere. At the cashier counter at the back, a burly woman was bargaining with 4 or 5 people at the same time. 5 silver coins. 5 at most. Your greed is comparable to that of the kobolds in the Magnolia Plain. Your sable is clearly painted. Remember to wash the paint out of the cracks between your claws next time, idiot. Oh, look who this is. The most precious pearl in our Azan territory, the sweetest fiery red wind in Azan, Madame Feudal. Suddenly, the female shopkeeper with black hair on her arms, saw Feudal and Lin Ke, pushed away the hunters, and came over enthusiastically. "And you, are you the famous and intelligent Master Lin Ke?" The female shopkeeper looked at Lin Ke who was looking around. It seemed that this female shopkeeper had seen Feudal before. "Hello." Feudal was obviously a little uncomfortable in this place full of sweat, foot odor, animal odor and other mixed odors. But there was no way Lin Ke wanted to find out the reason why his lucky blood was beating, so he could only wrong Feudal. So he simply said, "Hello, sister. My mother and I want to take a stroll. Is that okay?" Hearing Lin Ke calling her sister, the female store manager's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. She said in surprise, "Of course you can, my dearest Master Lin Ke. Your eyes are brighter than the light of Lake Orlan at noon in the south." Then she shouted to the store, "Ruby, little Ruby, come here. Take our Madame Furlong and Master Lin Ke to have a look. Hurry up." A dark and thin young man ran over. "Ah, wouldn't that be bad?" Furlong was a little embarrassed. She could see that the store was really busy. "It's okay, my lady. It's our honor that you can come to our store to have a look." The female store manager bowed gently. Lin Ke had to sigh that, although Akila's store was a large chain store, it also knew the way of dealing with the world. It would not bully customers because of its size, and would not neglect the local rulers. Very smart. "Sister, go and do your work. You don't need to ask the clerk to come over. We will tell you if we like anything. Just put it on the account of Azan Castle." Lin Ke's purpose was not to go shopping anyway. "You are such a handsome and considerate noble. Thank you for your understanding." The female owner thanked her sincerely, then waved and asked the clerk to continue to work. In order to prevent too much communication from affecting other people's business, Lin Ke pulled her mother to look around. Most of the beasts here are ordinary beasts, which may be bought to make game ingredients for some small restaurants. A few are some gorgeous and good looking beasts, which are generally called pet reserves. This kind of thing is generally the most attractive to women, or in other words, no matter men, women, old or young, they all have their favorite animals. Most boys like tall and mighty ones, and most girls like small, cute and colorful ones. For example, Feudal stood in front of a cage at this time, frowning and covering his nose, while his eyes were shining. What a cute little cat, Lin Ke, look. Feudal pulled Lin Ke. Lin Ke looked over and saw a little cheetah shivering in the corner of the cage. The pet is on. Guess whether it is a useless pet or a divine pet. Chapter 30 to the price of Warcraft. Mother, although it looks like a cat and is considered a feline, it should actually be a cheetah. Lin Ke said in a firm tone. Feudal nodded. Yes, I know. You must like this kind of kitten, right? I will buy it for you as a birthday present. It looks like it's for whom? And lady, can you listen to others? This is not a cat, it's a cheetah. Cheetah. Lin Ke felt tired for a while and didn't know if Viscount Azanan liked girls of this style. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Feudal pinched Lin Ke's face. I like it. Lin Ke looked around, but no matter what he saw, he didn't feel that lucky blood beating. At this time, the two guards also came, and a few steps behind them was the Baron Puxin. Some hunters, adventurers and the like around them originally avoided nobles like Feudal and Lin Ke. After the Baron Puxin came, they stayed even further away, and there were even fewer people in the store. John, we want this little cheetah. My mother and I will go up first. You can come up after registering. Seeing Baron Puxin, Lin Ke withdrew his gaze and gave John an order. When he said to go upstairs, his blood beat again. Oh my god, it was upstairs. Lin Ke immediately pulled Feudal to the stairs and asked the female manager, by the way, sister, can we go up and take a look? Of course, young master, but I need to take you up there myself. There are some dangerous monsters up there. With fewer people, the female manager had some free time. She locked the drawer where the money was kept, put the key in her pocket, told the clerk, and took them upstairs. Wait a minute, I want to go up and take a look too. Baron Puxin came over with a smile on his face. He just went to the side to ask John and the clerk about what they bought. When he heard that it was Feudal who bought it, he generously let the clerk put it on his account. Lord Sandal, you are here. The female store manager seemed to have just seen Sandal, and she immediately showed a look of trepidation. Well, I'll take Madame Furlong and the others upstairs to have a look, so you don't have to follow. Baron Puxin waved his hand, walked straight up the stairs, and smiled and turned back to invite Madame Furlong. Master Lin Ke, please. The female store manager didn't say anything, bowed and retreated. Thank you, Baron Sandal. Furlong felt Baron Puxin's enthusiasm, but it was not easy to refuse. At this time, the head of the guard team whispered in Lin Ke's ear. The Baron said that he just wanted to entertain his sister-in-law on his own territory. His own territory. Lin Ke sneered and hurriedly stepped forward to insert himself between Furlong and Puxin. And the son of Puxin snorted. How old are you? Lin Ke didn't even bother to pay attention to him. However, Puzinzi said to himself, I'm already 7 years old. I was appointed as a scholar 2 days ago. I'm now professional. I have only been enlightened for 1 year. Lin Ke was deeply shocked by his talent and expressed his true feelings. Even John only took no more than 10 days to be appointed. How did Puzinzi do it? It's so terrifying. Seeing Lin Ke's shocked expression, Puzinzi smiled proudly. You must be appointed as a knight, right? Father said that, you fools. Enough. Galia, I don't allow you to show off your talent too much. Even if your talent is as dazzling as the stars, it is brought by the glory of Azan. Baron Puxin said in a low voice, then looked at Feudal with a smile. Sorry, madam, Galia is still a child. I often teach him to be humble. Feudal shook her head gently, did not speak, but looked at the oily-haired Puzinzi with a little surprise. Among the professionals she has come into contact with, in addition to Geros's group, there are Lin Ke and the other three. She only knew that John, who was the slowest to take up his post, Took 7 or 8 days. How could this kid have such poor talent? Seeing the surprise in Feudal's eyes, Baron Puxin couldn't help but curl up his lips. As for Lin Ke, he guessed that the news that he and John had become professionals might not have been released yet. After all, this purchasing team was the only one that came to the city recently in Azan Castle. And as everyone knows, Master Lin Ke's birthday is still many days away. Crackle, crackle. So, the group of people with proud faces and surprised and pitying faces came to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter, and there was a strong man guarding the door, and there was no guest. The guard bowed and stepped aside after seeing Puxin. This is the place with the most monsters in the city. Puxin introduced Feudal very familiarly and pointed to the inside. The cages here are thicker and more spacious, and there are some runes flowing on them. Lin Ke recognized some of the ancient characters, which are sturdy and silent. The Nathan characters here are divided into ancient characters and common characters, which are equivalent to the seal script and simplified characters in the previous life. Wow. What a scary snake. I used to play with Gyros in another plane and saw a very similar one. Feudal exclaimed, pointing at the innermost snake. Lin Ke looked over and saw a pure black snake, coiled in a snake formation in the cage, spitting out its tongue. The wooden sign in front of the cage read, Water type venomous snake, 3rd level magical beast, blood tends to be cold and ice, can be used to sign master servant contracts, do experiments, and make delicious food. And below this introduction, it was the price. 700 gold coins. Lin Ke's pupils shrank. Magic beasts are so expensive. So overall, this magic snake is not bad, but I also have a 2nd level magic snake at home. The living magic beasts that can sign a pet contract are the most precious. Baron Puxin explained with a boastful look on his face, but most of the words were about his own snake. But Lin Ke also got information from it. It turns out that only living magic beasts are so expensive. But it is also true that many magic beasts will have a certain wisdom after their blood is enlightened. Most of the rebellious monsters will not sign a monster contract similar to the master servant contract with weak people, as it would be better to commit suicide. Therefore, some monsters that have been captured and have the contract engraved into their souls, waiting for the buyer to sign the contract with blood, are priced high. A level 3 monster can be worth 700 gold coins. It's a steal. Mother, I want to go to the 3rd floor to take a look. Lin Ke looked around and found that he had no feeling for the monsters here, so he had to go upstairs. Little Lin Ke, this will make the store embarrassed. The female owner was on the 1st floor, and Feudal was a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to refuse Lin Ke. No problem. Master Lin Ke can go to the 3rd floor if he wants. It's an honor for this store. When the Puxin man saw Feudal frowning and embarrassed, his eyes lit up, his throat slid, and he swallowed a huge amount of saliva. It was like a warthog seeing a delicious daffodil. With the endorsement of the Puxin warthog, Lin Ke was too lazy to look at it anymore and pulled Feudal upstairs. When they came to the 3rd floor, there were eggs everywhere. It's here. Lin Ke's intuition told him that there was a treasure here. Chapter 33 Buying Eggs. Why are there no prices for these eggs? Lin Ke finally knew the source of the lucky bloodline after arriving on the 3rd floor, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be eggs, so that was easy. Each of these eggs is 1000 gold coins. The man seemed to know a lot and introduced, some of these eggs are monster eggs, which have been enlightened by the monster's parents. Some are ordinary beast eggs, and there may even be dead eggs. As for what to choose, it depends on yourself. Lin Ke understood. This is a bit like the gambling stone game in the previous life. You may spend 1000 gold coins to buy a dragon egg, and it is the kind that has been enlightened by the dragon's parents. Or you may buy an egg that has been dead for a long time, or an unfertilized egg, and the 1000 gold coins will go down the drain. It's the best place to see who the goddess of luck favors. Although Her Majesty the goddess of luck fell long ago at the hands of the great astrologist Taisha, Puxin said, and then turned his words to himself. For example, I may be the one favored by the goddess of luck. I bought an egg and hatched the 2nd level demon snake at home. The tone of his voice was full of the pretentious tone of a middle-aged man. But Baron, it only takes 700 gold coins to buy a 3rd level demon beast. Lin Ke asked innocently. Master Lin Ke, you are still young, you don't understand. Here, as long as you don't lose, you will make money. Pu Zinan frowned unhappily, but didn't say much, but looked at Feudal. Madam, as the owner of this city, I can buy 2 eggs for you. Please choose whatever you like. You are a bit stingy in picking up girls. Lin Ke sneered in his heart, and before Feudal refused, he said, okay, thank you Baron. This will be my birthday gift, mother. Let's each choose one. Who wants to give you this annoying little thing? Hearing Lin Ke's words, Pu Zinan raised his eyebrows, but in the end he did not refuse. After all, for a mother, pleasing her son is not much different from pleasing herself. Little Lin Ke, how can you let the Baron spend money? Feudal was quite angry. She felt that Lin Ke was not like this before. But the Baron is my uncle. He wants to give me a birthday present. Can't I accept it? Lin Ke gently opened his pure eyes and looked at his mother. Feudal was soft-hearted and defeated. Pu Zinan's face became gloomy, but he narrowed his eyes and did not speak. At this time, Lin Ke winked at Pu Zin's son, meaning, look, I'm going to play the egg guessing game. Pu Zin's son saw this and said, Dad, I want to play too. Pu Zinan glared and was about to refuse, but he saw Lin Ke in front of him, turned around and looked at him and pulled Feudal, asking Feudal to turn around together. In front of a lady, you can't be unmannerly and you can't be bad to your offspring. Choose one. Well, go and choose one. Pu Zinan had already thought about how to deal with his son when he returned, and he had to do it behind the back of the yellow-faced woman who was protecting his son. So, the 3 of them went to choose together. Lin Ke came to a large wooden frame, on which there were some runes such as freshness and vitality flowing. He walked all the way and finally stopped in front of an ordinary basket with 10 eggs in it. Lin Ke touched them one by one with his fingers. When he touched an egg with a light yellow pattern, the lucky blood in his mind beat violently. Lin Ke's eyebrows jumped, and he was about to choose this egg, but he saw the son of Pu Zin coming over from the corner of his eye, and he also stared at the egg that Lin Ke chose. Want to steal it? Lin Ke immediately understood the child's mind. When I was a child in kindergarten, the most delicious food was always in other people's bowls. This son of Pu Zin is of the same lineage as his father. This is good. Lin Ke whispered in a voice that could just be heard by the son of Pu Zin, and then pointed his finger at a pale blue egg that looked quite nice. But just as he was about to pick it up, the son of Pu Zin came over, snatched the egg, and shouted loudly, Dad, I want this. After shouting, he ran over with the egg, as if he was afraid that Lin Ke would snatch it from him. Sand coin. Lin Ke smiled, and immediately picked up the lucky egg he had chosen. And Feudal also picked and chose, and finally picked a colorful egg that looked very nice. Baron Sandal, Lin Ke and I should pay for it ourselves. Feudal came with the egg, still a little embarrassed and tangled. Pu Zin looked at Feudal's tangled look, his eyes became brighter, and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's just 3,000 gold coins. The lord of a city must have much more money than a remote castle. At the same time, Pu Zin had already thought about going to some shops of low-class people to extort money. No, to collect taxes. Please come in. Madam Pu Zin made a gesture of invitation as his thoughts turned in his mind. Fulong nodded slightly. Several people went downstairs immediately. Except for Fulong, who was a little embarrassed. The other people were very excited, but they were just happy for different reasons. Although John and Nix also wanted to choose eggs, they were children after all, but they were discouraged after hearing the expensive price. Finally, Pu Zin told the female store manager expressionlessly that the money for the eggs would be put on the account, and then the group went out. Madam, where are you staying tonight? After coming out, Pu Zin asked with a smile, ignoring the eggs he had just bought. Here we come. Lin Ke listened calmly, ready to answer at any time. In the past, when the purchasing team came, this Pu Zin would not even pay attention to it. After all, Fulong did not follow them. And when he came last time, he left in a hurry not long after, and did not stay in the city. In fact, the purchasing team usually stays in a hotel in the city. Even if the first lady in tower came, it was only the housekeeper of the Baron's mansion who arranged it. I don't know why this Baron Puxin is so bold this time, not afraid of Geros's deterrence at all. Lin Ke thought secretly in his heart. Feudal answered directly, we can live anywhere. Your housekeeper should have arranged it, right? Alas. Lin Ke sometimes thinks that her mother is innocent and cute, and sometimes wants to give her some talent in intelligence. Yes, of course. I have also prepared a sumptuous dinner. I hope Madam can come to attend. Puxin finally showed his fangs. Lin Ke's vigilance was instantly full. Something is wrong. That bastard father is coming back soon. How dare this little Puxin? Wait, that's not right. Could it be? Lin Ke suddenly thought of a possibility and frowned deeply. Will this be too expensive, Baron Sandal? Feudal also felt that Puxin was a little too enthusiastic at this time. She didn't think too much, but just felt that it would cause trouble for others. After all, Puxin is Garros' distant brother. It is normal for him to be enthusiastic about his sister-in-law. Feudal only thought of the word enthusiasm. It's okay, Madam Feudal. By the way, there is an auction this afternoon. Do you want to attend? Puxin wanted to show off his financial strength. After all, his martial arts skills were far inferior to Garros'. Lin Ke. Feudal was a little undecided and couldn't help but look at his smart son. Lin Ke, who was thinking, raised his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. There is also a super god sitting in his home. If he is angry, he will let the social phobia uncle come over with a wave of divine thunder to destroy the world. What a 2-level magic snake protecting the house. Funny. Chapter 34. Inspiration from the auction house. Remember, these eggs must be protected and handed over to the manager of the Arkley store. Otherwise you will be treated as a deserter. Lin Ke held the eggs to the 2 guard team leaders and gave them a special explanation. Treated as a deserter. The guard team leader realized the seriousness of the situation and said with a serious face, yes, master. Tell her to send the cheetah and the eggs together when the time comes. Lin Ke thought it would be better to let someone skilled in the business do this kind of escort. Otherwise if it was bumped or scattered, he would probably cry to death. There should be someone specializing in this kind of escort mission in the Arkley store. After saying that, Lin Ke explained to Nix next to him. Nix, you go back to the castle immediately and tell my teacher that there may be something wrong here and ask him to come to me quickly. Something wrong. This was not Lin Ke's groundless worry. Instead, he judged it from the words and deeds of that Puxin. That Puxin was just like treating Garros as if he didn't exist, and he stretched out his claws to Feudal wantonly, which made Lin Ke have to worry. That bastard father, please don't get into trouble. Mr. Lin Ke, what's going on? Although Nix could smell the estrus smell on the Baron, he didn't know the twists and turns contained in it, because he had never lived in the human world. After all, it seemed that humans who came to their tribe would strangely fall into estrus. It's nothing. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Lin Ke patted Nix's shoulder. You are the fastest, so you have to inform teacher AOF. If you come late, I might be in danger. Nix heard this, and his ears, which were originally drooping behind his head, suddenly stood up straight. His black little nose twitched wildly. Mr. Lin Ke, I will stay to protect you. He still remembered the warm and dazzling light and his oath when he first met Lin Ke. No matter what, he will never change until death. Now, Lin Ke is in danger. How can he run first? Exclamation mark. However, Lin Ke stopped what he was about to say and looked behind him. Puxin and the others were waiting for him with laughter. Lin Ke, what are you talking about? Are you done? Feudal stood in front, and Puxin next to him was telling jokes to make Feudal laugh. Right away. Lin Ke replied with a grandmother, and then waved to Nix. Remember, this matter is more important than staying with me. You must hurry. Nix looked back and forth between Lin Ke and the other side, and seemed to understand. But in the end, he nodded heavily, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd in a flash, at a very fast speed. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked towards Feudal and the others. When he first met Nix, he could even get rid of the 2nd level deep blue giant tiger. This is the racial talent of the rabbit people. Lin Ke, where did Nix go? Feudal saw that Nix was missing behind Lin Ke, and couldn't help but be curious. I asked him to help me watch the eggs. I'm afraid those servants will break them. Lin Ke said loudly. Puxin, who was a little suspicious at the sight, still had suspicion in his eyes after seeing Lin Ke like this, but it was a little lighter. In his opinion, although this young master Lin Ke and his nephew were quite intelligent, they could not make any waves in his palm. So several people walked towards the auction house. There was only one auction house in the whole city, and the auction was held irregularly, and the nobles in the city and nearby would be notified. However, for the auction house in Parrot City, the biggest noble was only a viscount, and he was fighting in other planes all year round. Therefore, the general invitations were only sent to some barons, lords and a few pioneer knights. As the lord of the city, Pooza naturally had the qualification to sit in the most luxurious seat in the auction house. Entering this auction house that can accommodate 300 people, coming to the spacious seats on the second floor, the platform and the audience seats below are all in sight. The auction should be held an hour before lunch. We can have some afternoon tea and chat. Poozin glanced at his somewhat worn-out pocket watch with thick patina, and inadvertently intentionally revealed the striker made of pure gold. Is this a clock? It's so beautiful. Feudal was obviously attracted to it. In Nassing, clocks and watches have only been manufactured and used on a large scale in recent years. It is said that they were manufactured by a legendary professional of a heavenly rank, so the number is very small and very expensive. Lin Ke was slightly surprised that Poozin could actually own one. You know, although Asen Castle can afford it, they did not buy such luxury goods. This was the order of the eldest lady herself. Not only clocks, but many luxury goods are not available to them. Even various skincare products used by some ladies are all natural, and the servants of the castle use plants to crush them. It's like Asen Castle is not actually rich. This once puzzled Lin Ke, but he later just thought that the eldest lady was thrifty. When he saw the clock at this time, Lin Ke's business thinking could not help but diverge. Clock. In fact, the manufacturing principle is very simple and not complicated. He even disassembled it when he was a child, but he didn't restore it. Later, during his postgraduate studies, because his brother studied this, Lin Ke also tried to make it himself. Originally, those memories were a little unclear, but with the help of the knowledge bloodline, Lin Ke recalled it easily. Those professionals make watches one by one, so the quantity is small and the price is expensive. But if they use industrial means, such as assembly lines, hydraulic forging, etc., luxury goods, huge profits. Maybe I can gather some people to try it after I go back, Lin Ke thought. They spent the whole afternoon in the chattering voice of Poozin. But although Poozin is a simple man, as the city lord, he has come into contact with many people and things, and he talks endlessly. Not only did Feudal listen attentively, but even Lin Ke gained some knowledge. Before, his teacher Aofu's knowledge was more about some upper structures, while Poozin was most exposed to some lower things. Both of them can enrich Lin Ke's knowledge. At about 4 o'clock, more and more people came to the auction. First, some small nobles entered the venue. After seeing Lin Ke, Feudal and Poozin, they came up to say hello. But Lin Ke found that one or two lords looked at Feudal with a strange look. Information channels. No information channels. Lin Ke had a headache. Without information channels, one is completely in the dark, which is really uncomfortable. As a viscount in a remote countryside, there are too few information channels. Even those lords and pioneer knights seem to know more than Lin Ke. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction will officially begin in 1 minute. At this time, a seductive woman in a dress stood on the platform below and began to speak. Her voice spread to the whole audience through some props. As soon as she finished speaking, there was constant cheering from below. Several strong men first lifted up a vertical heavy object covered with a red cloth. Everyone was attracted by the things under the red cloth, and even Lin Ke was not surprised. A minute later, the seductive woman lifted the red cloth, revealing one of the huge rocks, and on the rock, there were several shiny things reflecting light. This is the creation of a professional. This fragile and beautiful thing was formed by an experimental accident of a level 10 professional, just like the whitest gem. As she spoke, the charming woman's eyes revealed a confused look. This creation must be the last legacy left by the goddess of fate to the world. There must be traces of fate in these beautiful patterns. This piece of legacy of the goddess of fate, the starting price is 500 gold coins. The charming woman praised the creation in front of her, and everyone else was attracted by the woman's words. There were still black and grey traces of burning on the rock in front of them, and these traces further highlighted the purity and brilliance of the gem on it. It's really a beautiful gem. Pooza next to him also thought that the gem was really beautiful. He couldn't help but look at Fulong next to him and praised, "When I see it, I seem to see you, the beautiful Mrs. Fulong, who is as pure as the daffodils on the shore of Lake Orlan." Fulong felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this, so he just nodded and said thank you, and then continued to appreciate the legacy of the goddess of fate below. Lin Ke, do you think this gem is beautiful? Feudal couldn't help but poke Lin Ke, who was also a little shocked and even a little dazed. Beautiful. Lin Ke was stunned by the legacy of the goddess of destiny in front of him. Of course it's beautiful. This. What the hell is this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, The Idea of a New Career. This is porcelain. Porcelain among porcelains. I've never felt so defeated. Lin Ke blamed himself. After crossing over, the first thing he thought about was to survive in the deep water aristocratic family, especially after he saw the dagger of the eldest lady when he was a baby. After surviving, he thought about competing for the so-called military power, and then he came into contact with the professional system. This made him not think about some problems at all. For example, he forgot that he could bring some special products from Blue Star. Damn, a few pieces of broken porcelain that were about to crack were actually sold as the legacy of the goddess of destiny. Lin Ke expressed his deep apologies to the senior travelers he had seen in his previous life. "I'm ashamed of you. But, in addition to porcelain, there are also soap, cement, perfume, paper, fertilizer, hybridization technology." Lin Ke was shocked when he thought about it. After living in this world for so long, there are so many things missing. Perhaps it was because his life was too comfortable and many things were done by servants, so that he completely forgot many of his advantages. Moreover, also, I wonder what kind of sparks the professional system and the scientific system can collide with. Lin Ke's heart was very active. At this time, in his soul space, the knowledge bloodline and the luck bloodline were glowing slightly, so Lin Ke thought more and more. Knowledge bloodline. It is easier to acquire, learn, spread and explore knowledge. Luck bloodline. More luck. So, Lin Ke's thoughts were flowing like a spring. Well, there are so many professional systems in the previous life, which can thrive and develop well in a society without magic. If those professions are created here. Lin Ke's thoughts were flying, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The profession itself is formed by the fusion of characteristics, and what characteristics are needed to fuse is to explore and guess. For example, the profession, computer programmer, that will never exist here. The characteristics may be code, number, system, etc. But in the absence of computers, this profession will not appear at all. If it is to build a computer, it will be too difficult. But if you don't build a computer, you can build other things, or even have it without building anything. For example, doctors, psychologists, couriers, engineers, fund managers, film directors. Doctors are different from the witch doctors that Lin Ke has come into contact with, but Lin Ke thinks that doctors may have their own advantages. Film directors can make some movies. If the material conditions here are met, Lin Ke will let the people here experience what advertising and value output are. There are also fund managers, stock traders, big bankers in the financial system. By then, there will be too much money to spend, and the whole world will work for him and cut the leaks of those working dogs. There are also psychologists who have the ability to see through the enemy's psychology, engineers who have outstanding architectural concepts. Then combine these professions in the previous life with the magical professional system of this world. Think about it. Doctors healed their wounds with a casual wipe after a surgical operation. Engineers let a city composed of magic towers rise from the ground. Movie director. Directly compile a small fantasy to give people an immersive experience. As a person in the era of information explosion, although Lin Ke can only be regarded as understanding or knowing a little bit in many fields, but it is enough for him to understand and know a little bit. After knowing the general direction, he can let others explore the career path, and then get a job. You must know that the knowledge monopoly in this world is very serious. The characteristic ratios of many professions are in the hands of some big kingdoms, big families and big forces. Originally, Lin Ke had thought about joining the school established by a materialist behind Aofu, and then signing a contract to sell himself as a worker, helping them for decades in exchange for a good career. If the contract is too harsh, he is also prepared to be a scholar for his whole life. Anyway, it is also in line with the knowledge bloodline. And his bastard father has a knight profession, and his leader bloodline just happens to be employed in this profession. He has no way to deal with the remaining lucky bloodline, and can only rely on luck. But after this auction, he was awakened. If the characteristics of the magic profession in this life are not settled, he can use the profession of the previous life. Lin Ke's mind was full of thoughts, and he wanted to go back to the castle to record his thoughts. But he knew it was impossible, so he suppressed his excitement. It was fine, as long as he caught the flash of inspiration. As for when the inspiration would be realized, it was irrelevant. At this time, in the venue, the auction items were being auctioned one by one. The first few pieces of broken porcelain were auctioned by a lord for 800 gold coins, and he planned to pass them down as heirlooms. I'm so lucky, I can think so much just by watching an auction. Lin Ke was sitting in his seat eating exquisite pastries, and then he was suddenly stunned. Lucky? He quickly closed his eyes, and his consciousness came to the soul space, and he saw the knowledge bloodline and luck bloodline that were glowing slightly. As expected, Lin Ke opened his eyes. It was hard to think of something that he hadn't thought of for 5 or 6 years. After all, it required enough luck. And it happened that 1/3 of Lin Ke's blood was flowing with luck. Abu. At this moment, a fierce roar sounded, pulling Lin Ke's thoughts back to reality. In front of him was a cage, in which a dark blue little tiger was roaring. Dark blue giant tiger. No, or rather, it was a dark blue little brain axe. It roared fiercely in protest, but its body slowly retreated under the gaze of more than 300 people, until it retreated to the end of the cage. This is a dark blue giant tiger that has already awakened its bloodline, and its bloodline talent is okay. It is a specialty from the territory of the Deep Blue Grand Duke in the east. The starting price is 200 gold coins. Although the auctioneer on the stage still spoke loudly, his tone was not as enthusiastic as before, and he also gave a routine reminder. The dark blue giant tiger is a failed creation. The growth limit is level 2, and it can only learn one skill called Shocking Roar. Please purchase it at your discretion. After all, these intermediate auction items are just transitional, and even if they fail to sell, it will not have much impact. Generally speaking, the most valuable items will be auctioned last, while the most novel items will be auctioned first, such as the legacy of the goddess of destiny. What a cute little tiger. Feudal has no resistance to this kind of furry feline, and Lin Ke has seen it this time. It seems that my mother will be a cat lover in the future. After hearing Feudal's voice, Puzin, who was originally uninterested, suddenly became excited. 211 gold coins. Puzin ordered the maid next to him to call out the price. At this time, some civilian adventurers, hunters, etc. were bidding. After all, the deep blue giant tiger, which was equivalent to a first or second level professional, which the nobles looked down upon, was also a rare partner in the eyes of these ordinary people without enlightened blood, and could even be used as a means of living a better life. However, when these adventurers heard that a noble was interested in bid, they cancelled the bidding with a curse. No one was willing to bid with the stingy and rich nobles. Chapter 36 Finale Item. Baron Sandal, why are you? At first, Feudal thought that Puzin wanted to buy the deep blue giant tiger home. Who knew that after the auction, Puzin actually handed the pet contract to Feudal? It doesn't matter, it's just a little thought. Puzin smiled. After all, he had already spent thousands of gold coins today. For him, Spending 200 more gold coins was just like cutting off a leg and plucking a few hairs. Drizzle, drizzle. No, no, you have given us enough today. Feudal refused flatly. She also gradually felt that something was wrong. No matter how naive she was not stupid. After all, even if she had a good relationship with Garros, it would hurt to give gifts like this. How could he spend more than 2,000 gold coins just to entertain his sister-in-law? Mother, we all have our own gifts, but auntie doesn't have one yet. Lin Ke said innocently with bright eyes. Feudal frowned when she heard it. Yes. Sister and Tower has always been very good to her. How could she not have a gift? Why not just buy this little tiger from Baron Sandal? Furlong glanced at the slave contract in front of him and was about to speak. Lin Ke, who had long seen through Furlong, spoke in advance. Baron Sandal, how about this deep blue giant tiger be considered as a gift from you to my aunt? To represent your friendship to our Razan castle and your goodwill to the Brando family. The Brando family. Puzin was a little hesitant at first, but after hearing the name, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if the news spread out, he, a small baron, couldn't even bear to give a gift of 200 to a lady of the Brando family. How could he be so shameless? What's more, he had many private contacts with that Antoine Brando. But he just felt that it was too difficult to give something to Furlong. The things in the pet store before were all considered gifts for Lin Ke, and the things now were given to that Ms. Brando. It turned out that he had been wasting money. It was all because of this cunning Lin Ke. Baron Puzin glanced at Lin Ke. After a few auction items, the last item of today's auction was next. When it came to the last item, the atmosphere, which had been a little cold, became lively again, and everyone was discussing what it was. This item today is one of the insignificant stocks of a great heavenly professional. It has extremely profound historical value and practical value. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. The seductive woman on the stage shouted out a huge number, causing the whole audience to boil. Andrew's leg. What the hell is worth 10,000 gold coins? Is it the king's toe? Ha ha ha. Don't say it's the king's toe. Even the hair of that Cheyenne lay saint is not that valuable, right? Haha. Maybe it's the artifact of the former king of the gods, Zernatal? When the last sentence was said, someone next to him immediately laughed and scolded. Artifact? Who wants such an old antique? Only a fool would treasure it. At this time, a fool sitting in the upper stands was also aroused by the words of the seductive woman. I didn't expect that such a small auction would have such a thing worth 10,000 gold coins. I wonder what the auctions in those big cities are like. Lin Ke couldn't help but look forward to it. In a large auction in a large city, in addition to the things from the Nathan continent, there must be things from many other planes, and there must be more goods. The seductive female host saw that the mood was already in place and immediately asked someone to bring up a tray covered with a red cloth. This is the finale of tonight. As she said, the female host lifted the red cloth to reveal the things inside. The shape of this thing is a bit ugly. The whole thing looks like a shriveled, irregular tree root, and it is also half broken. What is this? Why does this thing look like my wife? Nonsense. It obviously looks like my wife. I don't believe it, unless you let me try. The attention of a group of low-level adventurers quickly turned to some strange directions. Anyway, they definitely don't have 10,000 gold coins. If they did, they wouldn't come to the Great Swamp to make a living, so they just talked and had fun. However, their dirty talk caused dissatisfaction among the nobles above, because when they looked at the ugly thing, they seemed to think of their wives. This made them feel unhappy, and they were ready to go to the pink street in the city tonight. Could this be? At this time, a lord suddenly stood up, holding his hands on the railing, his eyes wide open. What is it, old man? Hurry up and tell me. The adventurers below saw that someone knew the goods, and immediately encouraged the old man to tell them. This is an opportunity to gain knowledge. You know, although those nobles are stingy and arrogant, they are generally knowledgeable enough. After the lord came to his senses, he subconsciously looked around at the nobles on the second floor. There were two barons, one of whom was the mayor of Parrot City, and even Mrs. Furlong and Master Lin Ke from Razan Castle were sitting next to him. The eyes of these people were all on him, as if asking him to tell it. The news should not be concealed. The lord weighed it and thought that he could still be good if he said it now. If he didn't say it, he might be eliminated by the angry Baron of Parrot City. So the lord spoke calmly, but his voice was trembling. This is the rhizome of the Murloc. Rhizome of the Murloc? What is that? Haven't the Murlocs been extinct for many years? There is not even a single plane left. Rhizome? Is the thing of the Murloc so ugly? It's obviously a plant, isn't it? And there must be Murlocs in some planes, but no one has gone to those planes. Adventurers always have strange focuses. And this is when the difference in education and knowledge between nobles and commoners is reflected. Baron Puxon next to Lin Ke frowned, suddenly stood up, and walked to the railing, and said in a deep voice, 11,000 gold coins, I want it. I'm Sandalezen. His tone revealed a sense of confidence and domineering, and he also looked around, mainly focusing on a few distant relatives. This is his main competitor. At the same time, he said to the female host below, pack the things, and send them directly to me. Seeing this, the female host smiled bitterly. Lord Sandal, this is against the rules. The auction has not started yet. Puxon waved his hand, and the fat on his belly rolled twice. I'm the ruler of Parrot City. He felt that he was very domineering when he said this. So after he finished speaking, he looked at Feudal behind him intentionally or unintentionally, but Feudal was talking to Lin Ke at this time, and didn't pay any attention to him. This made him a little disappointed, but he looked at the fishman rhizome below. As long as he had the fishman rhizome, it would be fine. Dear cousin, do you want to buy something like the fishman rhizome for only 11,000 gold coins? Suddenly, a slightly skinny and petite sinister man stood up and raised his hand. 15,000 gold coins. Baron Robert, do you want to compete with me? Just relying on the financial resources of your village? Puxon sneered. The thin man said nonchalantly, of course not. I rely on the Viscount family behind my wife and the status and property control of my outstanding descendants in it. Humph. Puxon's face darkened when he heard this, and he said no more. 16,000 gold coins. The thin man waved his hand. 21,000 gold coins. After a round of bidding, Puxon's forehead was already sweating slightly, and the thin man over there was not as relaxed as before. Are you crazy? So much money. Crazy. These are two lunatics. What exactly is the fishman rhizome? Could it be Chunyeo? Don't compare your stupid stallion with the nobles. The adventurers have been chattering below, discussing the behavior of the two great nobles. Anyway, they have been alone for a long time, and they are not afraid of being hated by the nobles, because of the language problem. At most, they can just go into the Great Swamp, and be done with it. What they want to know more at this time is, what exactly is the fishman rhizome? Even Lin Ke is extremely curious. Chapter 37 Disturbing News. Auction. 50,000 gold coins. Puxon narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If you continue to raise the price, you will get a shrunken fishman rhizome and my crazy revenge. He directly and unscrupulously targeted Xiaozhao. After all, it is normal for nobles to fight with each other. A family will fight, let alone a family. Of course, this kind of naked threat is generally despised by nobles, as can be seen from the uncomfortable expressions of some nobles around. However, Puxon couldn't care less. Xiaozhao looked at Puxon in silence, but then laughed again. My dear brother, the fishman rhizome belongs to you. Puxon breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The right choice. You have gained my friendship, which is also the friendship of Parrot City. The two smiled at each other and then sat down. They looked like brothers and sisters, but in fact they both wanted the other person to die quickly, and it would be best if they exploded on the spot. Dad, what is a fishman rhizome? At this time, Puxon's son asked Lin Ke's question. What is 50,000 gold coins? Even if it is Parrot City, you need a certain amount of savings to buy it, right? Lin Ke was too curious. Let's talk about it when we get back. Puxon was reluctant to say more, and it seemed that even Feudal and Lin Ke didn't want to tell. Fortunately, Lin Ke didn't want to know in a hurry. After all, there was a social phobia at home, so he could just ask when the time came. Mrs. Feudal, let's go. The family should have prepared a dinner. Puxon invited Feudal very gentlemanly, and it was obvious that he was very happy to get the fishman rhizome just now. So the group quickly left the auction house. The Baron's Mansion, also known as the City Lord's Mansion, is located in the center of the city. The purchasing team moved in after buying things, and some familiar guards went to Pink Street to play. When Lin Ke and the others arrived, the dinner was just ready. John and the others ate elsewhere, and only Lin Ke and Feudal were at the table. But Puzin seemed to be dealing with the fishman rhizome, and they waited in the restaurant for a long time before Puzin came. Puzin was in high spirits, his face flushed with excitement, and his skin even secreted more oil than usual, as if he had used lard to make a moisturizing cream. Come on, let's eat. Puzin smiled generously as he walked. There were also his 3 wives at the table, but there was only one son, Puzin's son. Lin Ke and the others immediately started eating. It was not until the juice session that Puzin said softly, "Madam Feudal, I think I have a piece of news to tell you." After saying that, Puzin made a look, and the butler immediately left the restaurant with the servants including John. "What's the news?" Feudal took a sip of the sweet apple juice, which was sour and sweet, making her curl her eyes in joy, and motioned to Lin Ke next to her to drink more. The most popular drink in Azen Castle was sour fruit juice, and drinking too much would still make you sick. But Lin Ke had no intention of tasting the sweet apple juice, and his mind was on Puzin's news. "When did Cousin Garros agree with you to come back? Is it Master Lin Ke's birthday?" Puzin shook the juice in the glass slightly, as if he was tasting red wine. However, there is no wine culture in the Nasan continent, but juice culture is prevalent. The nobles like all kinds of delicious juices. In their opinion, wine that will make people lose their minds is what the lower class people drink. Well, yes. Feudal tasted the apple juice again, her expression sweet and happy, which made the 3 heavily made up yellow-faced women opposite her jealous and disgusted. My mother really has no sensitivity, and Lin Ke at the dinner table sighed. He had already guessed what Puzin was going to say, which was definitely related to Garros' inability to come back. In addition to Puzin's outrageous behavior, it is estimated that the word forever should be added before the news that Garros will not come back. Garros will never come back. Dead. The glory of Viscount Garros has blessed our family, but unfortunately, he may stay in the municipal plane forever. Puzin took a big gulp of juice, then smacked his lips and said, "Andrew's leg, what a pity." From his tone, it was not regret at all, but fortunate. What did you say?" Feudal was suddenly stunned, staring at Puzin blankly. "I said, Garros may stay in the municipal plane forever. Madam Feudal, please accept my condolences." Puzin tried to make his face heavy, but his face was full of joy. "No, this is impossible. He is so powerful, it is impossible. You are talking nonsense." The fear of losing her husband suddenly, the powerlessness of mother and son, the confusion of where to go in the future. All of a sudden, all kinds of chaotic emotions came one after another. Feudal's eyes turned white, the apple juice in her hand slipped onto the table, her body tilted, and she was about to faint. Lin Ke was startled, and immediately stood up from the chair. He climbed onto the table without caring about his image, and pinched Feudal's philtrum. On the other side, the 3 yellow-faced women covered their mouths and laughed chuckle, as if they were making fun of Lin Ke's actions. The son of Puzin laughed and shouted, "Are you the famous curly-haired baboon? Or a stupid fishman? Ha ha ha. You don't look like a noble at all. You look like a mudblood with noble blood and civilian blood." Puzin ignored his son, but smiled and drank the juice in the glass in big gulps before scolding. "Don't say that. Madam Feudal is the sweetest flaming red daffodil in the territory of Azanan, and Master Lin Ke is your cousin." Lin Ke ignored these people, and tried to wake his mother up. Fortunately, whether it was pinching her philtrum, or for some other reason, Feudal woke up slowly, and saw her son. The moment she saw Lin Ke, tears welled up in Feudal's eyes, and she cried loudly like a riverbank that had been shut up. "No. No. Garros. Garros." Feudal cried bitterly, while holding Lin Ke, and suddenly she stood up holding Lin Ke. "Where is he? I want to save him. I want to save him." Feudal's eyes were full of bloodshot red. His body should have been buried in the mythical plane. Puzin said. And Lin Ke. At this time, he felt the sadness in Feudal's heart, and secretly felt heartbroken. "Mother, calm down first, calm down." Feudal fell to the ground holding Lin Ke, tears streaming down her face, and the clothes on her chest were wet in an instant. She put Lin Ke in front of her, crying and gently stroking Lin Ke's back. Little Lin Ke, your father is gone. Little Lin Ke. Woo woo. Crying, Feudal hugged Lin Ke again. Little Lin Ke, don't be afraid. Mom is still here. Mom will protect you. As she said that, Feudal's face showed a trace of strength, and she was ready to hold Lin Ke and stand up. Women are weak, but they are strong when they become mothers. Seeing Feudal's heartbroken and pretending to be strong, Lin Ke felt heartbroken. He hugged Feudal tightly and calmly said to Puzin, Mr. Baron, have you confirmed that Viscount Garros is dead? Of course, dear Master Lin Ke, my poor elder brother has no chance of survival. Puzin said confidently. No chance of survival? Lin Ke raised his voice. Then how did you get the news? And where are Viscount Garros's body or his followers? Garros has many followers, among whom there are 5 knights, who are particularly powerful. Puzin frowned when he heard this, and put the juice in his hand back on the table. Master Lin Ke, you should know that not only the body can represent death, loss of contact and desperate situation also represent death in a certain sense. Loss of contact and desperate situation? So Viscount Garros is not dead at the moment, but has lost contact with the family, or has fallen into some kind of desperate situation? Lin Ke asked loudly, and Feudal stopped crying, and instead looked up, looking at Puzin with hope. Puzin frowned, secretly cursing Lin Ke for being difficult, but he did not lie. Yes, Viscount Garros sent a knight out before saying that he was in a desperate situation, and told the family that he might come back later, and then he lost contact for nearly a month. Lost contact. Desperate situation. This does represent death in a certain sense, but Lin Ke couldn't let Feudal accept this news in an instant, and had to give her some buffer time. So, Viscount Garros is not dead, Lin Ke said loudly, and Feudal stopped crying, and gradually, hope rekindled in her eyes. Where is that knight now? Lin Ke asked with a frown. Over the years, Garros has been working hard outside, and Lin Ke should understand him. But leaving Feudal, a weak woman, in the castle like this, not only will she be threatened by the eldest lady, but also because Lin Ke was sick, and needed to seek a witch doctor. If Garros was here, how could a mere witch doctor of a few levels dare to do this? A weak woman, who had worked so hard to raise Lin Ke, and Garros not coming back for 6 years was really too much. Just like in the previous life, the problem of left behind children was serious enough, right? But then they would generally come back once a year. 6 whole years. If Lin Ke hadn't traveled through time, he would have had psychological problems long ago. But no matter how much he hated Garros's behavior as a father, Lin Ke had to admit that all the class and privileges he enjoyed were brought by Garros. Therefore, Garros must not die no matter what. What's more, Lin Ke looked at Furlong next to him. What's more, Lin Ke looked at Furlong next to him. What's more, Garros was his biological father, and a husband that Furlong relied on. I think the knight sent by my father definitely didn't say that my father was dead, right? Lin Ke said firmly. Where is that knight? Chapter 38, Falling Out, but not completely. In the restaurant. When the knight first came out, he was covered in blood, and is said to be dead. Baron Puxin said in a deep voice. Lin Ke helped Feudal up after hearing this. Thank you for your hospitality today, Mr. Baron, but after encountering this kind of thing, my mother and I need to return to the castle immediately, and we don't need to rely on the Baron to arrange accommodation from now on. He showed a completely different expression from the cute and obedient appearance he had today. I've always heard that Master Lin Ke is extremely smart, but today I know that those stupid guys don't know how smart Master Lin Ke is. Puzin narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ke. So, smart Master Lin Ke, it's getting dark now, and it's very dangerous outside. Do you think you can make it home smoothly? Why don't you stay overnight? Then he pointed outside and smiled. I have asked the guards to stay at home, and they can protect you two very well. Then, Puzin stood up, walked over with his hands behind his back, and a fat belly, his face full of smiles. And I have also sent my professionals to Azan Castle to help you take over the castle temporarily, to prevent greedy ghosts from other families from infringing on the interests of the Viscount. The real purpose is revealed. Lin Ke's pupils shrank. he said. How could this Puzin use thousands of gold coins to please Feudal? So stupid. Now it seems that it was to delay her and Lin Ke. If someone takes over the castle, Butler Billy and Madam and Tao will definitely be suspicious and then send people to inquire about the real situation. If they received the news from the people they sent in the afternoon, Lin Ke and Feudal might have gone back. With Lin Ke, Azan Castle has a backbone, because only Lin Ke has the blood of Geros flowing in his body, and no one else in the castle has this blood. Everyone in the castle will listen to Lin Ke's words. This is the first day they joined the job, and they have sworn an oath, even when they were children. If there is no Azan blood present, and Puzin also sent professionals over, it is estimated that the castle's internal defense will be quickly disintegrated under these threats. As long as the eldest lady and Tower and the butler Billy are controlled, the castle will be taken over smoothly. Even if Baron Puzin kills Lin Ke and then controls Feudal. No wonder Baron Puzin can spend a huge amount of money to pick up girls today. The real purpose is not to pick up girls, or it is just one of the purposes. The most important thing is to control Azan Castle through Feudal. Sure enough, Lin Ke said, how could the lord of such a city be a guy with only sex in his mind? Trouble. Lin Ke could only pray that Nyx would arrive there later, so that Aofu would find and deal with those minions before rushing to Parrot City. How about it, Master Lin Ke? Do you want to stay here for one night? It's very dangerous outside. Puzin asked again, and the threat in his tone was evident. Lin Ke stood still, turned around, and then took out a small transparent ball from his pocket, which looked like a glass bead, and there was a flash of lightning inside. Crack. He smashed the glass bowl to the ground, and the glass bowl shattered. Then, the lightning and the glass bowl expanded rapidly, and finally an electric tripod appeared floating in the air. This is a level 5 servant of truth given to me by my teacher, the level 19 professional Mr. Aofu, to serve my daily life. Lin Ke smiled and took his mother's hand. So, don't worry about whether I will encounter danger outside. The level 19 professional is the teacher, and the level 5 servant of truth serves the daily life. Level 5 magic requires a level 10 professional to release it, and a level 19 existence can even release level 9 magic. If you add skills, it will be even more terrifying. Puzin's pupils shrank, and the three baronesses exclaimed. Puzinzi opened his eyes wide and shouted, impossible. You haven't enlightened your bloodline yet. How can you? I was enlightened more than 10 days ago, my outstanding bloodline, so I was accepted as a disciple by my teacher, and I spent a little time to successfully become a scholar. Lin Ke said calmly, impossible. Puzin subconsciously widened his eyes, and the three wives of Puzin exclaimed again. Such a strong talent? Exclamation mark. Puzinzi was also stunned, and then shook his head in an instant. Impossible. How can your talent be so good? Humph, you must be lying to me. Dad, he is lying. Puzinzi pointed at Lin Ke angrily and said, you liar mudblood, I will kill you. Noisy. Lin Ke snorted coldly, and the tripod servant in front of him shot out a whip like lightning, hitting Puzinzi. However, the force was very light, and Puzinzi was just beaten away. He was not dead or broken. Well, it was very light, just vomited blood, that's all. Puzin looked at his shameful son in front of him, who would scream and cry for his parents when something happened. He looked at the gifted young master opposite, who was not only calm in the face of danger, but also had a clear mind, and was still protecting his mother. He couldn't help but worry about the future of the Baron's mansion. Oh my god. Puzin's mother saw her son being beaten away, and immediately exclaimed, and ran over to check. After seeing that Puzinzi was fine, she turned around, and looked at Lin Ke angrily. She opened her lipstick-covered lips and shouted shrilly, guards! Guards! Someone wants to kill us. The voice was like a night owl that was extremely hungry in the middle of the night, hoarse and unpleasant. Wow. However, her cry immediately attracted more than a dozen guards to break in. You know, Puzin had just driven away the guards and servants, and these guards had already ambushed outside the door. It seems that Baron Puzin was indeed plotting something bad. I'm Lin Ke, and this is my mother Feudal. Do you dare to kill me? Lin Ke shouted at the armored guards in front of him. Although Puzin had told his guards what might happen tonight before, the name of Geros had been powerful for a long time, and these guards were indeed intimidated by Lin Ke. Puzin ignored his son and the yellow-faced woman on the ground, and did not give any orders to the guards. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Ke, "Master Lin Ke, your mother is tired and sleepy. Why don't you let her rest here? How about I send someone to take you back?" He changed his mind now. The original plan was to hack Lin Ke, the mudblood, to death, and then push his son to sit on the throne of Azanan's heir. Otherwise, how could he spend so much money to pick up girls? But this Lin Ke actually has such an amazing, even terrifying talent, and there is a terrifying existence of level 19 behind him. Then he can't go too far. As for the existence of level 19 coming to kill him for this matter, ridiculous. He is a noble. As long as there is no evidence or the existence of level 19 is unaware, he doesn't have to worry at all. After all, he didn't do anything. What he has been doing is to persuade Lin Ke and his mother to stay overnight, and also gave a bunch of gifts. The kingdom of Gila still has a lot of legends and gods to protect. Kill people at will, as if they don't exist. So he planned to let Lin Ke die after returning to Azan Castle, or at least die after leaving Parrot City. He sent his assassins to do this. At that time, it would have nothing to do with him. They had fallen out, but not completely. As for Feudal, Puzin looked at Feudal's haggard appearance with tears in her eyes, and felt that the three yellow-faced women around her were like dried beans chewed dozens of times by Gila cattle, rough, sticky and disgusting. "Let me go, and my mother stay." Lin Ke smiled. "Little Lin Ke, you go back quickly, and let sister and tower protect you." Feudal knew Puzin's intentions at this time, no matter how naive she was, and said, I will stay to accompany this Baron Sandal." At the same time, a trace of cruelty flashed in Feudal's eyes. She decided that, if the Baron wanted to do something, she would bite off his throat or something else first, and then hit the wall to commit suicide. Lin Ke knew what Feudal was thinking from the look in her eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "Mother, it's okay, we will all go back." Then, he looked at Puzin and smiled. "If I remember correctly, dear Puzin, your level is only level 4, right?" He didn't remember Puzin's name at all. It was meaningless. "Me? So what?" Puzin smiled nonchalantly. "Little guy, in the battle between low-level professionals, the number of people and elite soldiers are also one of the basic element of victory." He pointed at the guards. "Your servant of truth can't save you. You should let your tired mother stay and rest for a while." He smiled smugly and raised the juice glass again. Although there was no juice in it, he felt that this was more elegant. Boom boom. At this time, thunder sounded outside. "Look, it's raining outside too. It's a bad thing to travel on a rainy day." Puzin raised his glass and pointed outside the door. "Thunder? How could there be thunder in the clear and crisp autumn sky?" Lin Ke also smiled, a very sincere smile. He summoned the servant of truth to make Puzin afraid to act rashly, showed his background potential to make Puzin cautious, and chatted with all kinds of things, all to delay time. And now, the thunder has arrived, and the maggots and ants have fled. Chapter 39 Thunderstorm. Boom. Or thunderclap sounded, which was extremely clear in the restaurant, and formed an echo. The entire Baron's mansion has only 3 floors at the highest, which is similar to the structure of a courtyard house. Outside the restaurant is a garden planted with purple morning glories. Ha ha ha, cough, cough cough. Lin Ke wanted to laugh wildly, like a villain. But halfway through laughing, he found that his vocal cords were not yet fully developed, and his laughter was weird and a bit embarrassing. Cough cough. He coughed twice, and then shook his head. "Puzin, do you know what is most afraid of thunder and lightning on rainy days?" "Puzin, why does it sound weird, like the name of a monk?" "My name is Sandal Azanan, Master Lin Ke." Puzin corrected Lin Ke's mistake. He didn't know why Lin Ke suddenly became like this, so he frowned and said, "Rainy days. The people who are most afraid of thunder and lightning must be those who have no shelter." He looked at the helpless Feudal and the upright Lin Ke meaningfully. Lin Ke shook his head and whispered, "The ones who are most afraid of thunder and lightning should be those ugly maggots living under the trees in the dark." Lin Ke looked at Puzin with a smile in his eyes, which made Puzin frown again. "Kill him. Dad, kill Lin Ke." Woo woo woo, my poor son. Guards. Guards, kill him quickly. Humph. Although Puzin didn't know, while Lin Ke was so confident, he lost his patience. The yellow-faced woman next to him was crying, and his useless son was screaming at the top of his lungs. In addition, there were bursts of thunder in the sky and the air pressure was very low, which made him feel irritable for no reason. Choose, Lin Ke, my nephew. Puzin didn't even want to call him the young master. He lost his patience and etiquette. Obviously, his mood became more and more irritable, just like a beast that sensed the coming of thunder, but didn't know the danger. Lin Ke looked outside the door and saw dense dark clouds. At this time, everyone in the city felt a gradually thickening pressure in their hearts, which made everyone breathless. Whether it was an ordinary beggar or a high-ranking professional, they all felt heavy and uncomfortable in their hearts, as if there was a natural enemy hovering over their heads. Of course, those high-ranking professionals were only at the level of level 1, 2, 3, or 4, but they were also the overlords of Parrot City. Hurry up and make a choice. In the Baron's mansion, Puzin unbuttoned his shirt uncomfortably, as if the low pressure made him feel more and more oppressed, so he couldn't help but scold. However, before Lin Ke could reply, a thunderous sound was heard in the sky outside, and at the same time, a voice like thunder sounded, "Hand over my disciple, Lin Ke. Otherwise, I will destroy this city." This is the voice of Aofu. Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately waved to the servant of truth, and the power of scholar in his body surged over. The body of the servant of truth flashed with intense purple light and rushed out of the door, knocking the guards away. At this time, Puzin and the others were still in a daze, still reacting to the words that sounded like thunder, and watched Lin Ke pull fueling out of the door with the servant of truth. At this time, the whole city was boiling. It's a professional, a high-level professional. Definitely above level 15. Level 15. Oh. Too scary. The highest level I have ever known in my life is only level 3. Lin Ke. Who is Lin Ke? Lin Ke. Young Master Lin Ke. It must be young Master Lin Ke. Lin Ke. Who captured young Master Lin Ke? Andrew's leg. Is he trying to kill us? Dare to capture the eldest son of Master Geros? Countless people were talking about it. Some were trembling, and some were frantically trying to run out of the city. At this time, the servant of truth emitted a dazzling purple light and shot up into the sky, like a slowly rising star, extremely obvious in the darkness. Boom. A terrifying and thick lightning bolt instantly struck in that direction, and the entire Parrot City was illuminated by the lightning. Who wants to harm my disciple? An angry voice sounded, and AOF turned into lightning and struck the Baron's garden like a falling meteor. Endless lightning spread like a spider web, and in just a moment, the delicate flowers in the garden were turned into charcoal and flying ash. There were dense electric currents flowing on his body, and his long white beard and white hair fluttered wantonly, without wind, and his eyes burst out with dazzling purple light, just like a flashlight, piercing the wall. It was like the god of thunder coming to the world. Are you going to harm my disciple? AOF landed and saw Lin Ke, who had just rushed out of the guard's encirclement, and also saw Puzin, who was in the innermost part, and roared in extreme anger. Bang! The staff in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, and all the lightning suddenly retracted, like sand in an hourglass, rushing to the top of the staff. Then, a dazzling ball of light lit up at the top of the staff. A dozen terrifying plasmas burst out from the lightning ball, cutting the ground and leaving charred marks. I'll kill you. Aofu's voice sounded like an angry god. Thunder. Storm. Endless lightning element poured into the plasma ball at the top of the staff, and the plasma ball slowly rose towards the sky, even creating a brief vacuum of lightning element. Aofu's skill. Thunderstorm. The plasma in the lightning ball became larger and larger, like a waterfall, and the brick and stone houses of the Baron's mansion also exploded and melted in the high temperature it generated. Look. What is that? Help. The high-level professional is going to destroy the city. Almighty goddess of wealth, please save me. Isn't he afraid of the agreement between Emperor Wumian and the professionals? The entire Parrot City was in chaos. Countless professionals ran out. Ordinary people were in despair, and some were praying. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Ke immediately shouted, "Teacher! Stop it! Nix is lying to you. I'm fine. Oh my god. Is teacher Aofu going to kill me too? Aofu heard what Lin Ke said, looked over, and his reason was instantly restored. Zyro Lin Ke, what's going on? Teacher, please remove that electric ball first. Lin Ke looked at the electric ball that was getting bigger and bigger, worried that it would hurt innocent people, or even destroy Parrot City. You know, Parrot City was regarded as his own private property by Lin Ke. Bang. Aofu slammed his staff on the ground. Bang. The terrifying plasma ball that was slowly rising into the air seemed to have become a balloon, gently exploded, and turned into a burst of light spots and fell down. A large-scale skill stopped at this point, and even Aofu was unscathed, showing Aofu's excellent control. Lin Ke stretched out his hand and felt it. Those light spots were the thunder element that had not yet completely turned into atoms. When they touched the skin, they felt numb. Zyro Lin Ke, what happened? At this time, Aofu seemed to no longer be socially anxious. He ignored the servants who fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth and looked at Lin Ke with concern. He was relieved when he found that Lin Ke was indeed unharmed. It's okay, teacher. Nix didn't lie to you. It's just that the situation was too dangerous just now, so I could only shout randomly. Lin Ke was full of apologies. I'm glad you're okay. Before I came, I captured several first-level professionals who came to Azan Castle and tortured them. They said that your father was in a desperate situation. Aofu touched Lin Ke's head with a heavy face, glanced at the haggard Feudal next to him, sighed, but was no longer as angry as before. It's okay, teacher. Lin Ke felt warm in his heart because of the concern of the old socially anxious man. As for this family of barons, I'll help you kill them all. Aofu looked at the Puxin family who were sitting on the ground in the restaurant and were already scared and stunned, and his eyebrows were cold. No, no. Spare me, spare me. Puxin rushed over from the ground. He was already scared silly by the thunderstorm of Orth. That was the power of heaven. It's all him. It's all his fault. It has nothing to do with us. Puxin's mother pointed at her husband bitterly. Gallia is the son of me and the captain of the guard. We are innocent. It's all him. It's all Sandal's fault. She was scared. Sandal turned around and roared without thinking. Bitch. It's all you and your bastard. It's because of your family's endless demands and requests that I took the risk. Bastard. He was also scared now and just wanted to survive. I saw my father and the headmaid fighting on the bed. Puxinzi was also panicked, with blood at the corners of his mouth. Puxinzi and Puxin's mother, the three of them were involved in a quarrel, with ugly corners of their mouths and fierce voices. Under the terrifying pressure of the 19th level professional, they were all maggots who just wanted to survive. Chapter 40, the mission completed inexplicably. It turns out that one's son is not necessarily one's son, and one's wife is not necessarily one's wife. Aofu didn't understand, but Aofu was greatly shocked and said that his social phobia had deepened by another 100 layers. What do you think? Do you want to kill them? He looked at Lin Ke next to him. His own disciples are always very opinionated, and he respects Lin Ke's opinion. No, teacher. Lin Ke shook his head slowly. Although he wanted to kill this disgusting and immoral family directly, but the world has its own rules, and Lin Ke didn't want to dirty Aofu's hands. Teacher, have you forgotten the Nasan Common Treaty? Lin Ke reminded. The Nasan Common Treaty is a treaty jointly agreed upon by several kings and the Heavenly Order. It clearly stipulates that, unless there is a very strong grudge between professionals, they cannot wantonly kill nobles and ordinary people who are not professionals. Otherwise, they will be hunted down by the various kingdoms and the Heavenly Order legends. It is because the professional's destructive power is too great. If you slaughter a city today, and he destroys a county tomorrow, then there will be no one in Nasan in the end. Kill a noble today, kill a noble tomorrow, the class will collapse, and society will lose order. There are plenty of lives in the endless plains. If you want to kill, go to those plains and kill. And what Puxin did today, in the final analysis, did not do anything excessive, and did not even touch their hair. Even Lin Ke couldn't tell the grudge. It's impossible to say that it's because Puxin coveted the ruling power of the Azan family and the beauty of his mother, right? After all, there is no handle in Lin Ke's hand. This Baron Puxin is actually very cautious. Lin Ke needs evidence and handles. However, this is only legal. Lin Ke will not yell a gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years or 30 years of River East. But he has remembered this Baron Puzin. Once there is a chance, it will be life and death. Humph, at worst I can hide in my own plane and not come out. Anyway, I don't like dealing with people. After hearing the Nasan Joint Treaty, Aofu's face was not very natural, but he still spoke toughly. Forget it, teacher. I will submit today's incident to the family deliberation meeting and give Baron Puksin the punishment he deserves. Lin Ke felt warm in his heart after hearing what Aofu said, but he still refused. The social phobia teacher who was always a good guy, who even needed to keep a smile on his face and would be nervous when facing 3 children, not only traveled thousands of miles for him, but also risked being judged to help him vent his anger. Such a teacher is really respectable and lovely. Lin Ke, I will stay with you for a while until your father comes back, and then I will leave. At this time, Aofu was thinking about another thing, and he seemed to have made a decision in his heart, so he said to Lin Ke. Originally, he planned to stay for 7 or 8 days, and then go back. After all, he also benefited a lot from some of Lin Ke's ideas, while teaching Lin Ke and others. But his good friend was in a desperate situation, and his disciple Lin Ke was smart but still young, so it was better for him to guard him. Just now, Lin Ke had been thinking about him, fearing that he would be hunted down for slaughtering ordinary people and killing nobles, which made him feel warm in his heart. His disciple is really considerate and lovely. The 2 masters and apprentices got along very well for a while. However, at this moment, a picture suddenly flashed before Lin Ke's eyes. Mission successful. You have become the disciple of the socially anxious Orth and have kept him by your side for 5 months. Mission reward to be collected completed. Question mark? Isn't it 5 months? Why? But this is not a place to stay for a long time. Lin Ke didn't have time to think about why. He would think about it when he got back to the ox cart, because in the end, he still planned to rush back to the castle overnight. To prevent the eldest lady and Tova from doing anything stupid, the eldest lady's hands must be very poisonous. If Garros is here, she may be worried. If Garros is not here, who knows what Ms. and Tova, who is keen on fighting for power and profit, will do. At least Lin Ke thinks so. Thank you, Master Lin Ke. Thank you, Master Lin Ke, for sparing me. At this time, Puzin had come to Lin Ke's side, knelt on his knees, and cried bitterly. Remember, don't reveal my teacher's level. Just say it's above level 15. Lin Ke didn't bother to look at him. He left a word and was about to help Feudal leave. But at this moment, a thin piece of parchment fell out of Puzin's body, and Lin Ke accidentally caught a glimpse of the handwriting on it. It said, "My lovely Lin Ke and sister Feudal will come to Parrot City tomorrow." Lin Ke's pupils shrank. He immediately strode over and picked up the palm-sized parchment. Is this what Antawa gave you? Lin Ke's voice was like a biting cold wind. Yes, Master Lin Ke. Puzin, who was completely frightened, did not hide anything at all, but just crawled on the ground and trembled, like the most humble slave. Lin Ke's face turned cold, and he turned around and said no more. Mother, teacher, we will rush back to the castle tonight. Then, Lin Ke said to Aofu, teacher, can you help me call John and others? Let everyone bring supplies and gather at the city gate. John and the purchasing team did not go back. They were originally planning to play for 2 days before leaving. Some guards and servants ran to Pink Street to have fun. It would be difficult to find them one by one. We can only rely on Aofu's loud voice that had been shouted all over the city before. Aofu nodded and immediately repeated Lin Ke's words. Lin Ke noticed that Aofu seemed to use some kind of magic element to spread his voice in the air, just like a loudspeaker. Let's go, mother. Lin Ke helped Feudal up with some distress and followed Aofu out, leaving behind the Baron's mansion that had been destroyed both physically and in the human heart. On the way back, Feudal curled up like a little girl and fell asleep, and then woke up from shouting Garros from time to time, and fell asleep again when Lin Ke patted her back. Just like what Feudal did when Lin Ke was sick when they were little. Teacher, thank you for your hard work this time. Lin Ke whispered to the roof of the cowshed. After recovering from his rage, Aofu continued to be socially anxious. Moreover, as a good friend of Gero's, it was not good to be in the same car with Fueling. So Aofu sat on the roof of the carport and meditated. But Aofu did not answer Lin Ke, maybe because he felt shy. Lin Ke smiled and looked at John, who was staring at the side with wide eyes, holding a small dagger, as if he was keeping watch. "John, if you are tired, meditate for a while." John shook his head desperately. "Master, you meditate, I'm not tired." He has been blaming himself for not attending the dinner and protecting the young master just now, and now he just wants to make up for it. Although it may not make much difference whether he is there or not. Seeing John like this, Lin Ke also knew what he was thinking, so he turned his attention to the system. His task just now was inexplicably completed. Strange, it's only been a few days. Lin Ke frowned and began to think in his heart. According to his understanding, there are two requirements for the mission. One is to become AOF's disciple, which he has already done. The second one is more time consuming, which is that AOF has to stay with him for 5 months. Who would have thought that it would be completed today? Wait. At this time, the knowledge blood in Lin Ke's mind glowed slightly. Endless knowledge is likely to bring enough wisdom, but enough wisdom cannot obtain endless knowledge. For example, Confucius' wisdom cannot let him know how to make a mobile phone, but a time traveler with enough knowledge can show enough wisdom. After all, it is very important to obtain and understand information. At this time, after Lin Ke's thinking, he finally found the reason for the completion of the mission. The reason lies in AOF's words. "Lin Ke, I will stay with you for a while until your father comes back, and then I will leave." This is what AOF said. Until his father comes back. Chapter 41 Artifact Fragments and New Quests. Lin Ke in the carriage could not help but be a little surprised. The system said that Geros would not return until 5 months later. So, Orth's stay until his father came back meant staying here for 5 months. So the system task was completed. So that's it. Lin Ke naturally clicked on the box to receive it. How will the artifact fragment come here? The reward of the artifact fragment likely cleared the haze in Lin Ke's heart, and he began to look forward to it. It can't be falling from the sky, right? Lin Ke felt a little relieved, and then began to meditate and practice with expectation. He is not even level 1 now, and has no mana at all. Only level 1 can learn some magic such as fireball, slippery magic, and dust magic, and level 2 can have skill positions. So he has to work hard, and can't always rely on external help such as guards and teachers. He calmed down, and entered the soul space, and began to capture the free element in the darkness. The knowledge bloodline was able to grow, and then fed back to the scholar profession. After practicing for a while, a huge green element appeared in his consciousness. Wow, what a huge wood element. Lin Ke was slightly delighted. This large element felt more delicious to his blood than many small element. But at this moment, the knowledge bloodline brightened after swallowing the wood element. No. Lin Ke was stunned for a moment and instantly felt that this scene was very familiar. It seems that I also encountered this huge wood element at the same place today. Lin Ke has always believed that something must be wrong when things are abnormal. After all, the appearance of such a large wood element in an environment with ordinary element is somewhat unusual. Opening his eyes, Lin Ke gently laid his mother flat, made a silent gesture to John, and then went out and got off the car. The ox cart was not that fast, and he could explore all the way and catch up. However, as soon as he got off the car, he felt that he stepped on something under his feet. A hard object. Iron sheet. Wood. Or, no way. Lin Ke was a little surprised and bent down to pick up the thing under his feet. A piece of rotten wood. Sure enough, I thought too much. Lin Ke thought he would step on a dragon ring or something like that. However, just as he was about to throw away the rotten wood, the lucky blood in his mind beat violently. Lin Ke's hand froze, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. This couldn't be the artifact fragment? Question mark? Zyro Lin Ke, what are you doing? Aofu's old but gentle voice came from the roof. It's okay, teacher, my legs are a little numb, walk for a while. Lin Ke was not sure if this rotten wood was it, but he still put it in his pocket and continued to walk down. Aofu asked a question and didn't say much. Now he was here. There were guards around. Lin Ke was not a naughty child, and the road was wide and open. There was no danger. So after Lin Ke walked 2 or 3 kilometers, there was nothing but stones and the rotten wood. It seems that this is really the thing. Lin Ke touched the rotten wood in his hand, which was very soft but tough. The key is what kind of artifact fragment this is. He has no idea now. In the end, Lin Ke chose to go back to the car, but in the process, he saw a lonely figure sitting cross-legged on the roof, so he climbed up to the roof with his hands and feet. "Teacher, are you meditating?" Lin Ke asked softly. Aofu opened his eyes and smiled kindly. "No, I'm recalling and strengthening my skill positions, and experiencing the beauty of skills." Lin Ke came to sit next to Aofu. Now Aofu can only accept Lin Ke, John and Mix. Others who approached Aofu would either scare him away, or be scared away, or beaten away by Aofu. "Teacher, I want to ask you some questions." Lin Ke was going to ask some questions about trait matching, employment, and enlightenment, which would pave the way for him to explore new professions in the future. However, as soon as he said this, a system task popped up in front of him. Task: before the real king of Azan comes back, create enough new professions so that you have enough confidence to look at him and the power in his hands with equal respect. Task reward: followers who will never betray you equal to the number of new professions you have created. Hint: the followers rewarded have very good bloodline talents, very good level of talent, corresponding to the 7th level, is really very good. It seems that he wants to create more new professions, so that the more followers of this level, the better. Although he is not sure how big the gap is between different bloodline talent levels, he can still guess it after listening to some of Aofu's stories. For example, in the entire Nasan continent and the Endless Plane, 99% of the life forms are of the 1st and 2nd level talents, that is, inferior and medium. The remaining 1% is the 3rd level and above. Although 1% of 10 billion is 100 million, but from the perspective of proportion, the number is rare. Of course, Lin Ke will seize the opportunity to win more talented followers. Zyro Lin Ke. Zyro Lin Ke. Aofu saw his disciple in a daze and called him twice softly. Lin Ke immediately came back to his senses, coughed dryly, and then began to ask about the secrets of professions and bloodlines, especially the enlightenment of bloodlines. After learning that the enlightenment of bloodlines will only consume a certain amount of energy, Lin Ke felt relieved. At that time, it should be possible to ask Aofu to help enlighten the bloodline. At most, he will pay for it. After a while of talking, Lin Ke accidentally asked about the ugly Murloc rhizome at today's auction. "What? Murloc rhizome?" Aofu stood up in surprise. "Has it been eaten by the Baron Puxin just now?" He still thought that the Baron's name was Puxin. "I think so. What on earth is that, teacher?" Lin Ke was very curious. Even Aofu, who was level 19, was so surprised. "What on earth is that?" "Well, Murlocs are a vicious and stupid low-level race, you know that, right?" Aofu explained, and Lin Ke nodded to show that he knew. Aofu continued to explain. "In short, Murlocs are a low-level and brainless race, at least in Aofu's cognition. And this race has long been extinct in Nassang, and even in the Endless Plane, it seems that no one has found the second one. Of course, it is also possible that it has been hidden by someone. Originally, this is nothing. After all, new races are born in this world at any time, such as the Deep Blue Giant Tiger Clan before. There are also races that disappear in history at any time, such as Murlocs, dog-headed people, wild boars and the like. But until one day, an adventurer who was almost starving to death gained stronger talents after eating the rhizome of a certain plant in the Murloc ruins. After exploration, experimentation, and selling intelligence, the whole of Nasan was boiling. Talent means it is easier to advance, better to capture element during meditation, and the blood can accommodate more element in one meditation to be full. And the Murloc rhizome seems to be able to greatly improve talents. Nasan is not without things that can improve talents, but they are all very precious and the effects are difficult to stack. For example, eating a legendary purple lotus fruit will only be effective the first time you eat it in your life, and it can improve your talent by 1 to 2 levels. And the effect of the Murloc rhizome on increasing talent can actually be infinitely stacked. that Prince of Stars, because his parents used a huge amount of resources to exchange for a large number of Murloc rhizomes, so that almost all the Murloc rhizomes in Asing and other planes are gone. That made the prince have the talent of Andrew level. Aofu sighed, if the Murloc rhizomes are still there, you can eat them and improve your talent. Prince of Stars is the second, or the first Andrew level talent owner in the Endless Plane. After all, no one knows what talent Andrew himself has. In Aofu's memory, Lin Ke's talent is not Andrew level. He was sealed by himself to protect Lin Ke. Lin Ke knew this, but he didn't say it. But he was also a little emotional when he heard it. The Murlocs, who were looked down upon by others, actually found something that can improve human talents after being extinct for many years. This is indeed something that many people have never thought of. But this also proves the power of nature. Listening to Aofu's introduction, Lin Ke couldn't help but think of all the ways Aofu treated him. Aofu's concern for him cannot be fake. Humans are social animals. AOF had been alone for so many years, and now that he had Lin Ke as his disciple, he could really be said to be very concerned about him. In that case, Lin Ke thought about it, and then put his hand in his pocket, and took out the rotten wood. What's wrong, little Lin Ke? AOF wondered. Teacher, I found a large green element when I was meditating this afternoon. Lin Ke began to tell his own judgment and guess. After Lin Ke finished speaking, AOF took the rotten wood, first looked at it carefully, and then closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. After a while, AOF opened his eyes and nodded slightly. There is indeed an element. Then, AOF rubbed the wood, and then turned his hand, and took out his thunder staff from the space ring. Electricity gradually began to surge in his body, and then he brought the gem on the top of the thunder staff close to the wood. But, the gem emitted a faint purple light. The rotten wood also emitted a green light, as if responding. But it was obvious that the light of the gem of the thunder staff was suppressed by the rotten wood. Suppressed? Lin Ke looked at AOF. Well, it seems that this is indeed something above level 21, and from my perception, this should be a fragment of a divine weapon, rather than a legendary weapon. At this time, Aofu also took back the thunder staff, and the current on his body subsided. He returned the rotten wood block to Lin Ke, and then explained, the owner of this divine weapon should be a god of Nassing, but I don't know why this rotten wood block is now ownerless. As he said, Aofu smiled and said, this wood block has a great effect on you, and it seems that the appearance of this wood block is not what it originally looked like. Maybe you have used it for a long time, it has been contaminated with your breath, and recognized you as the master, and its form will change again. This is a divine weapon of a certain god, and it is already ownerless, and this is not its final form. Lin Ke was thoughtful. They passed by this forest, which was near the deep blue giant tiger they met before. Counting it up, he has completed 2 tasks here. In addition, the original king of the gods should be him, right? Lin Ke had some guesses in his heart that this artifact fragment might be the relic of the old man. You know, Azanan is an extremely remote border, located in the southernmost part of the kingdom of Gila. According to the information Lin Ke has collected, many gods and legends should be gathered in the center of the kingdom. There are very few such villages, or even none at all. You know, Baron Puxin is already the overlord of Parrot City. Therefore, Lin Ke speculated that this rotten wood must be the artifact of the King of Gods. According to the situation, when he faced the King of Gods before, this rotten wood might be the King of Gods fighting with a big guy, and then it was broken and lost here. The relic of the King of Gods. Lin Ke couldn't help but clench the rotten wood, then loosened it, and looked at Aofu. Teacher, is this artifact fragment helpful to you? Lin Ke handed over the rotten wood in his palm, his eyes clear. Aofu looked into Lin Ke's eyes and suddenly smiled kindly. This block of wood will help you the most, just keep it. He gently pushed Lin Ke's hand to hold the block of wood, and then said in an introductory tone, the artifact is just an artifact nurtured by the gods. The gods nurture it according to their own divine breath, which is also a divine weapon. Teacher. Lin Ke held the block of wood tightly. However, the blood of the gods may not necessarily match the divine position, and the legendary weapons are 100% consistent with the legendary blood and profession. Aofu showed a hint of pride on his face. People who walk the legendary path do not need to imitate the power of the gods. Our power belongs to ourselves. Unlike the gods, they are just termites of the rules. The termites of the rules, the power belongs to themselves. Lin Ke chewed on Aofu's words, and had a vague understanding of the two paths of legend and god. But he would not be biased. As a person who walks the legendary path, his teacher Aofu might subconsciously belittle those who walk the god path. Therefore, in this kind of thing, Lin Ke still looks at it objectively, and will not have preconceived ideas. Teacher, then your thunderstaff is? Lin Ke was a little curious about Aofu's equipment. Aofu smiled and touched Lin Ke's head. My thunderstaff is also considered a level 19 equipment. After a while, I will give you a gift, and then you can upgrade it step by step. Lin Ke was full of expectations when he heard it. Okay, teacher. Then, the two began to discuss what equipment to choose in the future. Lin Ke would not choose any swords, guns, sticks, or clubs. The real world is not like in novels, where you only need to fight and kill. War and fighting are always just the continuation of interests. If the interests are consistent, fighting can often be avoided. However, after discussing for a long time, Lin Ke still hasn't thought about what he wants, so he can only wait and see the situation before choosing. As time passed, they were approaching the Azan castle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Confidence. That night, the purchasing team finally returned to Azan Castle. Outside Azan Castle stood rows of guards, some holding swords and spears, and some holding bows and arrows. They were the guards trained by Lin Ke, and he had divided the entire guard team into 4 teams: swords, spears, and bows and arrows. Madame and Tower and Butler Billy were waiting outside the castle. Lin Ke and Feudal were both very tired. The madam seemed to have cried, and her eyes were red, not like fake. Even Butler Billy, who was always polite, frowned. The entire Azan castle was shrouded in the dark cloud of Geros's desperate situation. Lin Ke, it's great that you can come back safely. Madame and Tower cried with red eyes, first said to Lin Ke, and then hurried to see Feudal's situation. Seeing the madam's tearful look, Lin Ke couldn't help but soften his heart. Geros is in a desperate situation. The madam must be sad, right? However, the eldest lady seems to have secretly corresponded with Baron Puxin. Unfortunately, as a noble, Lin Ke can only apply for the noble council to try other nobles when there is clear evidence, not to mention that he does not have enough evidence. In addition, the eldest lady Antova is the wife of Viscount Geros, and Baron Puxin is also a strong noble, at least in the territory of Azan. If a commoner dared to plot against him, Lin Ke would have dealt with it long ago. But again, Lin Ke is a noble, and the eldest son of Geros. Everything he has now comes from his identity, rather than his own strength. If he kills Puxin regardless of the rules, he probably won't live long. If he wants to kill the eldest lady, it's even more so. So he can only endure it, and wait for Geros to come back, or wait until he is strong, so that he can naturally deal with Puxin and the eldest lady Antova. Although Feudal is there, Lin Ke will not kill Antova. At most, he will have someone whip him dozens of times, and then exile him. As for Baron Puxin, Lin Ke plans to let Butler Billy write some situations, and send them to the noble council composed of nobles from the Azan family to try Puxin. Of course, Lin Ke could already imagine the result of officials protecting each other. Without Geros, it is unknown whether other nobles in Azan would side with him. However, he would have to settle all these when he becomes powerful in the future. At present, he not only had to develop slowly, but also had to guard against sneak attacks from other nobles in Azan. Yes, guard against sneak attacks from his relatives. You know, if Geros died, Lin Ke would become the only heir to the Viscount. But if Lin Ke died, the heir to the Viscount might be another noble in Azan. The Orthodox Viscount of the Gila Kingdom. This is an unimaginable resource and wealth, and those short-sighted nobles will definitely be tempted. Master Lin Ke, next I must not move an inch. At this time, Butler Billy seemed to have the same idea as Lin Ke, and came to Lin Ke with a frown, and whispered in his ear. What he wanted to say was to protect Lin Ke every step of the way. But before he could say anything, Lin Ke interrupted him. Uncle Billy, you need to protect my mother. Teacher Aofu is here for my safety. Lin Ke glanced at the roof of the castle above his head. There was a huge momentum emanating from it unscrupulously. The higher the level of the professional, the clearer it would be. Aofu's aura. Aofu didn't like crowds, especially people he didn't know. So he flew to the top of the castle, to be on guard and meditate, and to deter the villains. With Lord Aofu here, okay. Billy glanced at the top of the castle, felt the momentum, and nodded. In his protection sequence, Lin Ke ranked second, the first was Garros, and then Furlong and the others. But since Aofu was here, Billy was a little relieved. Little Lin Ke, come to my room later, I want to tell you something. Madam and Tower comforted Furlong, and whispered to Lin Ke. Okay. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. The real purpose is revealed? Under Aofu's nose? No, it shouldn't happen. But now he couldn't provoke Furlong anymore, so Lin Ke had to respond, and followed them back. John and the others had gone to bed, and Butler Billy was dealing with the various supplies and materials brought back by the purchasing team. As for Orf, Lin Ke saw Orf's figure at the top of the castle. So an hour later, Lin Ke felt at ease to enter the castle, and came to the door of the eldest lady's room. As soon as he arrived at the door, the eldest lady's voice came, come in. Lin Ke pushed the door, and pushed it open directly. The eldest lady was sitting on the table in front of the balcony, staring blankly at the night sky outside, and the cool breeze blew her skirt. Little Lin Ke, I treat you as my own child, do you know that? The eldest lady looked at the night, with her back to Lin Ke, and said in a daze. Lin Ke was calm, but said, you are my mother's sister, so I call you auntie. The madam sighed, and turned to look at Lin Ke. Lin Ke, if your father returns to the ancestral glory land of Azan, you will immediately inherit the position of Viscount. Are you ready? When talking about Garros' death, the madam's eyes were red again. Lin Ke's heart softened slightly and nodded. I know a little bit. The madam was not as fragile as Furlong, but immediately restrained her temper, took a deep breath, and said, as the future Viscount of Azan, you must know something. At this point, Lin Ke knew what the madam meant by calling him. They already thought that Garros was in danger, so they were preparing for the future. You know, on weekdays, the normal operation of Azan Castle depends on the madam and Butler Billy. At the same time, there are also correspondence with relatives, exchanges with other nobles, etc. Auntie, you say? Lin Ke rarely used honorifics. After all, the madam seemed to support him to become the next Viscount. Maybe this is a smart person. With Furlong around, Lin Ke would not do anything to the eldest lady. But if an Azan noble from other places became a Viscount, the eldest lady would be in danger. So it is normal for the eldest lady to support him. As for dealing with the eldest lady, unless the eldest lady really does something out of the ordinary, then Lin Ke can create some accidents to deal with her. But so far, the eldest lady has not done anything out of the ordinary. The only time was when she tried to kill him, when she was a child but failed. This time, the communication with Baron Puxin was also full of doubts. When Lin Ke recalled it later, he was not sure whether the eldest lady really wanted to kill him. By the way, Baron Sandal has been very respectful to us all these years. I didn't know he would do such a thing. From the expression, the eldest lady was a little unbelievable and a little scared, as if explaining something. Lin Ke didn't speak, thinking, my lovely Lin Ke and sister Furlong will come to Parrot City tomorrow. It is also possible that the original intention was just some teasing or pranks. Or, the meaning of the parchment may also be to let Puxin treat them well. Is it really so? Lin Ke did not respond to the words of the eldest lady. Seeing this, the eldest lady continued, as the heir, I think you need to be wary of Baron Sandal and others, but other things are more important. First of all, it's gold coins. As soon as she mentioned the gold coins, she immediately frowned. Our farm has a lot of income, enough for our castle, to stand in the kingdom of Gila, but I'm afraid that others will be jealous. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Auntie, with my teacher here, there shouldn't be anyone who is blind in the short term. He briefly talked about the anger of AOF. Lord AOF is so powerful. The eldest lady was slightly relieved when she heard it, but immediately frowned and said, But, we often have dealings with the Deep Blue Grand Duke. Will that noble covet us? The Deep Blue Grand Duke. The Deep Blue Grand Duke who created the powerful magical beast Deep Blue Giant Tiger and entrenched in the east actually had dealings with a small viscount like them? Lin Ke frowned. The Grand Duke's status is above the Duke. He shouldn't covet it. Lin Ke's tone was also a little uncertain. But, we owe the Grand Duke of Deep Blue money. A lot of money. The lady sighed again. The establishment of Garros's Torrent Knights was due to the funding of the Grand Duke of Deep Blue. This time Garros went to the plane to fight, in order to find something valuable, to return to the Grand Duke of Deep Blue. Creditor? This is difficult. Lin Ke pondered for a few seconds and asked, how much? 280,000 gold coins. The lady said a heavy number, and, the agreement is to pay it back at the end of this year. 280,000 gold coins. If Garros was in front of him, Lin Ke might have gone up to him and punched him twice. So, the most important thing in the end is the gold coins. Lin Ke said. Safety is with Orth, so there is no need to worry for the time being. So in the final analysis, the castle is most worried about money. No wonder the lady was stingy in many places before. It turned out that it was because the deadline was approaching. There are only a few months left at the end of this year, and December here is a month of abundance. By then, it will be the day for Garros to return. But what if Garros doesn't have that much money? A headache. Of course. The eldest lady looked at Lin Ke's thoughtful look, with a look of heartache in her eyes. The sad expression on her face disappeared, and she tried to let out a chuckle. That didn't sound like a chuckle. You don't have to worry about money. I'm here. At most, I can ask the Brando family for some. What you need to do now is to become a professional as powerful as your father. Lin Ke looked up at the eldest lady, and her face was stubborn, and pretending to be strong. I will work hard. Lin Ke looked into the eldest lady's eyes, and said that he was already a professional. The next thing is more important. After the end of the month of abundance, there will be monsters running out of the Great Swamp. We need to defend it. This is one of the missions of Azan Castle standing on the edge of the Great Swamp. The eldest lady spoke again. Of course, not much. In fact, there are enough people in the village. Lin Ke's heart was a little heavier when he heard it. So that's it. When winter was about to come, the eldest lady would always go to Parrot City and hire some mercenaries. It turned out that the mercenaries were hired to clear out the monsters. However, it is almost the end of July now. Garros has 5 months to come back, and the month of abundance ends at the end of December. His father should be able to come back in time, right? Not only that, every 6 years, there will be a monster tide. Last time your father solved the monster tide. If he can't come back this time, we will have to face it alone. The eldest lady looked solemn, and her fair face was full of worry. Monster tide. Lin Ke didn't know what to say. It turned out that Viscount Garros came back this year, not only because he wanted to undergo blood enlightenment, but also because he wanted to solve the monster tide that happens once every 6 years. But, this time there is Aofu. With the strength of Mr. Aofu, as long as there are no too strong monsters in the Great Swamp monster tide, it can be solved. Garros is only a few levels. He can solve it, and Aofu can do it too. I will find a way to. Lin Ke's eyes were firm. Nobles have rights, but they also have obligations. He enjoys the love and support of his subjects, but he should also take responsibility. This is one of his principles as a human being. The eldest lady avoided Lin Ke's eyes and waved her hand. Okay, go back and rest. Your current task is to grow up. Leave the rest to me and your mother. I just hope that you won't be too proud after becoming a professional. I will solve these problems. The eldest lady turned around and continued to stare at the moon in a daze. So, Lin Ke went back with a lot of thoughts on his mind. Debts, monsters, wars, and the curse after a year. Curse? Lin Ke asked AOF. Even as strong as AOF couldn't find the curse on him, Lin Ke could only put his hopes on others. The curse of the King of Gods is still a very important thing. Otherwise, after a year, those who have sensed the existence of the heir of the King of Gods will probably come. The next day, on the large lawn in front of Azan Castle, guards, servants, and slaves were building a square wooden platform. The wood of the wooden platform was made of century-old trees in the southern forest. It was very strong, and there were many huge stones underneath to support it. In addition to people, there were also hundreds of densely packed servants of truth transporting trees and other things back and forth. Orth was controlling these first level servants of truth in the sky. Lin Ke stood beside the wooden platform, with Butler Billy, John and Nix behind him. "Uncle Billy, is my mother okay?" Lin Ke asked softly, always worried about Furlong's situation. The second lady is reading interesting books and enjoying delicious brunch accompanied by the first lady. Billy bowed and replied. Billy had 2 faint dark circles on his face. It can be seen that he worked hard for a long time last night and dealt with several first level professionals sent by the Baron. And the news must be blocked so that the inside of Azan Castle and the 5 villages cannot be in chaos first. Okay. Lin Ke nodded slightly. In the end, he directly promised Furlong that Garros would definitely return within this year, and he still promised in the name of Orth. Originally, Furlong and Antawa didn't believe it, but when Orth said that there was news in person, the two of them were half believing and half doubting. At least, normal life can be maintained. Thinking of his mother's return to her smile and innocence, Lin Ke was happy, so he smiled and asked Nix, have all the villagers been notified? People from 5 villages. Notified. Mr. Lin Ke, I ran all morning today and just notified them. Nix didn't feel particularly tired, probably because he was running very fast. And this large grassland is actually not far from those villages, and even the smoke from cooking can be seen from afar. Okay, let's start in the evening. Lin Ke nodded. There are 5 villages near Azan Castle, and these 5 villages are basically self-sufficient. Some daily necessities will only be purchased once in a long time in Parrot City, and sometimes they will go with the Azan Castle purchasing team. These villages cultivate the land themselves and grow food, vegetables, and fruits. Except for the winter, when they need to go to Parrot City to recruit low-level professionals to resist some beasts or monsters in the Great Swamp. Other times are as peaceful and beautiful as a paradise. However, in Lin Ke's opinion, this is simply a waste. Those energetic and strong young men do farm work all day long, then shyly flirt with the girls and use traditional arts to burn off their energy at night. Those careful, meticulous, and clever girls are either open or shy to be flirted with all day long, and then do some farm work that requires little physical strength. What a waste. These are all leaks. These are all human resources. The capitalists in the previous life would surely shed a lot of tears when they saw so many idle people here. Lin Ke is not a capitalist, and he is not going to develop a career here capitalist. He just wants to make money to pay off his debts. 280,000 gold coins is not a small amount. What if the Deep Blue Grand Duke is really short of money and his army invades? Aofu can protect him if it is reasonable, but if he owes money to pay it back, Aofu can't say anything. So, Lin Ke is setting up this platform now to make money. At the end of the year, pay it back. Just thinking about it makes me feel stressed, more stressed than those mortgage dogs in the previous life. It was probably unreliable to rely on Antoine and Furlong. In the end, the family property would have to be sold, or the lady would have to borrow money from her parents. Therefore, Lin Ke could only think of ways on his own, such as opening a factory, or entertainment. Building a stage. Of course, in addition to making money, the stage was also related to the career that Lin Ke imagined for himself, inventor. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ke finally decided that he wanted to be an inventor. Yes, invention. If the skill of scholar is to gain enough insights through activities such as research and learning. In Lin Ke's imagination, the inventor profession is to gain feedback through activities such as invention and creation. For example, the power overlay skill in the first skill position of the scholar profession of Orth is actually a combination of pulleys, friction, and force angle. A weak lightning bolt, released from the skill position, became a lightning bolt that penetrated more than a dozen trees. Lin Ke was looking forward to what skills he could realize if he could create the technological heyday of his previous life with the two professions of inventor and scholar. Inventing a rule, inventing a law, this is also an invention, right? And Lin Ke has already thought about the bloodline that the inventor depends on, that is, the lucky bloodline. In fact, one bloodline can depend on multiple bloodlines, but if there are too many professions that absorb energy from the bloodline will be overwhelmed. The bloodline is like a transfer device, storing the various energies that Lin Ke captures at ordinary times, and then converting them into professional energy or magic energy when Lin Ke needs to use them. Therefore, in order to prevent the knowledge bloodline from being drained, Lin Ke plans to work as the inventor in the lucky bloodline. The premise is that, if he can correctly think of the characteristic ratio of the inventor, Nasun has too many professions, but they are all controlled by major forces. Even a level 19 strongman like Aofu cannot obtain some ordinary professions, such as the knight. One is that Aofu did not go to look for it specifically, and the other is that he is unwilling to join any force. Even the materialist school behind him is just equivalent to that kind of interest club, just a group of people with common hobbies sometimes hold friendly exchanges. In this environment of knowledge monopoly, if Lin Ke can create some strong professions, he may be able to form a powerful force in the future. Don't forget that his third bloodline is the leader bloodline. Zio Lin Ke, come up. At this time, Aofu suddenly called Lin Ke from above, and then a servant of truth came to Lin Ke's feet. Lin Ke stepped on it, and his body was carried up, and flew towards Aofu. In the eyes of the people in Azan Castle below, their young master had his hands behind his back, and the expensive noble service with fiery red patterns was blown by the wind. The young master closed his eyes, as if thinking about complex and philosophical questions. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, his hair was flying, and his body was straight. It's so cute. So handsome. Some maids with rough skin, freckles, and strong muscles looked at him with hearts in their eyes. Maids also have to do hard work, and they are always not as good looking as those noble girls who take care of themselves at any time, but this does not mean that they don't like handsome guys. What's more, his young master is handsome, has a good family background, is talented, has a powerful teacher, and will definitely be rich and talented in the future. He is simply a high quality male human being. Zio Lin Ke, can you tell me what you want to do? Aofu was still controlling the servants of truth, so as not to affect his speech. When Lin Ke heard Aofu's voice, he opened his eyes, that had just been blown shut by the wind, and moved his body, that he had not dared to move just now, and it was a little stiff. It was his first time to fly. If he knew that he would be stared at by the servants every time he flew, he would probably be embarrassed to death. Teacher, I have a lot of ideas about some professional characteristics. Without waiting for Aofu to ask, Lin Ke expressed his thoughts first. He did not intend to hide it from Aofu. After Aofu regarded him as his own son, he truly accepted Aofu in his heart. Creating a profession? Aofu was slightly interested when he heard it, and he forgot what he was going to ask Lin Ke. Chapter 43 Stage Theater and Casting. Clouds. Aofu gave Lin Ke a floating spell, allowing Lin Ke to stand in the air. Teacher, it's like this. Lin Ke began to talk. However, he did not talk about inventors, but doctors. Compared with inventors, which need to invent actual objects, the profession of doctor is a little simpler. After all, some alcohol, towels and the like can be used for surgical disinfection and bandaging, and drug treatment is more of an experience-based study today when there are no modern instruments to analyze drugs. Doctors are also classified. Some doctors do not need to perform surgery or make drugs, but only need to see patients. Invention is different. Invention requires understanding the material, function, durability, etc. of some materials, and then being able to know the effects of some material combinations. Among them, mechanics, material science, mechanics, human anthropology, etc., and even zoology and botany are also needed. Many animals, plants, minerals, etc. in this world are different from those in the previous life, which requires Lin Ke to learn from scratch. But now, Lin Ke is going to come up with professions such as doctor first. After all, his task is to create enough professions so that he will have more followers. That's about it, teacher. Lin Ke respectfully bowed to the old man in front of him. Well, this doctor you mentioned is very similar to which doctor, but it seems to be fundamentally different. Aofu also showed a thoughtful look. Creating a profession is something that every Nasenja has thought about, including Aofu when he was young. However, most children and young people only think about changing sword warriors into shield warriors, and so on. It is difficult to have other more novel and effective ideas. At first, Aofu thought that Lin Ke was just like most people, including himself, who just wanted to change weapons. However, now, Aofu really began to think about the feasibility of the profession proposed by Lin Ke. He knew that the profession of witch doctor generally treats through healing techniques that stimulate vitality or some healing skills. In addition to treatment, witch doctors also use some voodoo, which can be regarded as an auxiliary that can attack and heal. In addition to witch doctors, some believers of gods will work as priests, and they also have good healing abilities. But the doctor proposed by Lin Ke is completely different from them. Lin Ke, you mean even ordinary people can be doctors? Just like those carpenters and stonemasons? After thinking for a while, Aofu's face was slightly serious. Yes, teacher. In fact, many hunters and farmers also have certain doctor characteristics. They know some of the most basic herbal treatment methods. Lin Ke pointed to the servants below. Many people actually don't go to witch doctors when they are injured. After all, they can't afford the cost. Their minor injuries and illnesses are treated by some older people. Maybe it's feasible. Aofu was also inspired by Lin Ke. The Azan territory is in the most remote place in the kingdom of Gila, and there are not so many professionals. Then if you get a minor illness or a minor injury, it seems that it is indeed done through treatment. Let's go back and discuss it. Aofu is always excited when talking about this kind of exploration and learning. Otherwise, he would not have been locked in his own plane for so long to explore himself. Wait, teacher. Lin Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The work below is not finished yet. He pointed to the platform that had just been built below. After the servants finished building the stage, Butler Billy now instructed and led everyone to build some facilities to block rain, sun and wind. Speaking of this, Lin Ke, what is this thing you built? Is it a training ground for warriors? Aofu was very curious about this. Lin Ke deliberately did not study today, but came here to build a stage. He asked Lin Ke to come up to ask this question. About this, it may give birth to many professions in the future. Lin Ke smiled mysteriously. Teacher, you will know tonight. Aofu heard this and showed curiosity like a child. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Ke was still a little emotional. Every time he looked at his teacher's eyes, he felt ashamed of himself. Those eyes were full of purity and purity. It was only such people who could take up the mysterious truth researcher and lock themselves in their own planes to explore and study for dozens or hundreds of years. In the afternoon, Lin Ke pulled his maids in front of the castle gate and screamed at, and even some handsome or distinctive male servants were favored by Lin Ke. Rumor has it that Lin Ke wants to choose a personal servant, not the kind of John, but another kind. Cleaning maids, clothing maids, restaurant maids, kitchen maids. Lin Ke looked at all kinds of maids one by one and selected nearly 30 of them. There were slightly fewer male servants. 13 were selected, but the number of guards was more than 40. So much so that the eldest lady Antoine was quite dissatisfied. After all, Lin Ke was setting up the stage and having people call him, which affected the normal operation of the castle and wasted money. Of course, the normal operation of the castle means that the two ladies and Lin Ke can live happily and comfortably. But now, in order to make money, and for the mission, Lin Ke can't care about whether it is running or not. He has to make money quickly, create a new career at the same time, then pay off his debts, and get some followers with good blood talents, and will never betray. Sing a few lines, learn from me. Lin Ke looked at the maids in front of him, and the first thing he sang was Do Mi Fa Suo, which made the maids stunned. Do, ru, mi, fa, suo. The maids were tone deaf, and the sound was simply devilish. No way. Lin Ke felt that it would be a long way to go to teach them to sing. A few hours later. Come on, the voices here should be higher. Ready, go. In front of a small forest, Lin Ke held a branch in his hand and pointed at the 30 guards standing in a neat line in front of him. The 30 guards had practiced standing at attention under Lin Ke's teaching, and now they stood in an orderly manner. When Lin Ke waved the branch violently, the guards immediately began to shout. The wind is roaring, the cows are mooing. The glory of Azan. The glory of Azan. The sound not only sounded uneven, but also had a strange tune. Lin Ke couldn't help but pinched his eyebrows. There are very few songs here, at most some bards' uneven recitations, or some gods believers chanting. Monotonous, stereotyped, and weird. Maybe someone will hum some music randomly, but it has not become a music system. How about this? You listen to me sing again, and then continue practicing here. Lin Ke cleared his throat, and began to sing as an incantata. After singing, the guards were amazed. The young master's voice, or what the young master called singing, always made them feel excited. As a former microphone master, Lin Ke knew a lot of songs. He let them practice, and continued to practice, while he went to another group not far away. The drama group. Chapter 44. A wonderful place. The night came as expected. Normally, the farmers should wash themselves casually, and then sleep with their fat and rough wives. If there is not much farm work on that day, they can even work hard to increase the family labor force. But today, their young master Azanan called them together, and even sent the cute bunny boy to inform their village chief early in the morning. Everyone is idle at night, otherwise it would not have developed from one village at the beginning to 5 scattered villages. There are 200 people, 40 people from each village. If it were nobles from other places, once they recruited farmers, they would either build castles or build this or that thing, and they would work for nothing without paying copper coins. Every time they were recruited, the farmers would cry out in grief, but the nobles controlled absolute power, so no one dared to rebel, and they could only complain. But it was different in Aznan. Since Lin Ke could speak and walk, he has not done those laborious things, so these villages are full of praise for Lin Ke. Even Garros did not do anything else, except building Azanan castle. But our master Azanan is going to become like those nobles. An elder in the village sighed. Everyone knows that the nobles who are greedy and keen on enjoyment, like to let the farmers build this, and that the most. So, the farmers who were worried by the elders came here at night. These 200 farmers are basically young and strong men, and occasionally there are 1 or 2 strong women. The elders of the village thought that they were summoned to work, so they sent those who were strong. And just in front of these farmers, there is a room with a wooden pillar supporting the roof, which is full of seats. In the front of this room is a wooden platform, with walls made of stones on the left and right, and the roof is made of wood. There is a small lawn between the wooden platform and the room. Strange place. Some farmers seem to know a little bit of words, but they are just slightly. They were led by the servants of Azan Castle to the front of the room, and on the top of this large room, there are 4 words written. Welcome to the wonderful place. Suddenly, a very excited, but somewhat immature voice sounded, and the farmers looked over. They saw 3 or 4 white lights suddenly lit up on the tripod above the wooden stage, cutting through the darkness of the evening, and shining on a little boy with black hair and black eyes. John. Gentlemen and ladies, please take your seats, as soon as possible. John was wearing his fiery red servant's clothes, and his voice was very excited. He didn't feel any retreat or embarrassment, and he didn't look like the little boy at ordinary times. Are you talking about us? A young man in linen clothes was a little confused. Not only him, but more than 200 farmers were also confused. Yes, it's you, gentlemen and ladies from the 5 villages of Azan. John stood in front of the stage, holding the straight wooden stick in his hand, pointed at the farmers, and then pointed at the seats in the audience. Gentlemen and ladies, please take your seats, as soon as possible. So the farmers reluctantly went forward and sat down. The auditorium was only illuminated by dim torches, while the stage was lit by many servants of truth. Today, our future king of Azan, Master Lin Ke, has launched a new entertainment activity for the people of Azan, and invited 200 gentlemen and ladies to be the first audience to experience it. John was confident and spoke the words recorded on the parchment in his hand with great tension, and the farmer's attention was quickly attracted. Just above the clouds, Lin Ke nodded with satisfaction, and said to Orf next to him, "Teacher, some low-level magic is actually very useful, such as this courage and excitement spell." He pointed to John below. He laughed secretly. I guess John will be embarrassed to death when the magic is over. Yes, magic has always been very practical. Aofu's attention was attracted by John's words. While listening, He taught Lin Ke, even if we become professionals, we can't just stick to using skills, but we must flexibly use both magic and skills. As he said that, Aofu changed the subject, but energy and time are more precious than the roots of fishmen. You have to allocate them well. Skills are the main strength of professionals, and magic is just auxiliary. Lin Ke nodded slightly after hearing this, and looked at a dark stone next to him, and asked, "Teacher, this photo stone can indeed be interrupted and modified afterwards, right?" Aofu said yes, which made Lin Ke slightly excited. Photo stone. Filming movies and TV series has been settled. Then he looked at the stage below. "Teacher, the first program has begun. Next is the first program, drama, Snake Ring. Please welcome the group of Azan drama troupe." John's voice was passionate, and he left the stage after he finished speaking. Then, some people in various costumes came on stage and began to perform. The farmers in the audience were still a little confused at this time, not knowing what a performance was. But now they had actually put aside their nervousness and worries. John just said that they only had to sit here and watch the performances of the people above tonight. Anyway, that was roughly what he meant. Then they relaxed. After relaxing, of course they chatted and boasted with the people next to them. "Our master Azan is still as kind as he was when he was a child. Yes, I thought we had to dig ditches like slaves like the bard said. That's right. Hey, look at that person. He's so miserable. His engagement was broken off. If a noble lord is broken off, it would be very embarrassing, right? But the other party's teacher is a heavenly legend that is a greater existence than a god. And he has his own private plane. So amazing." More than 200 people talked. It was so noisy. But as the plot on the stage unfolded, gradually, fewer and fewer people talked. They were all attracted by the plot above. "I, Zyrolisi, must wash away this shame. You are the daughter of the ruler of the plain, a great noble, and I'm just a small noble. But I'm also a noble, and I have dignity. I swear, I must go to the plain where my fiancée is and divorce her." On the stage, a young man stood in the center of the stage, raised his fist high, and made an unyielding voice. If you look closely, his arms are trembling slightly. He seems to be very nervous, and his voice is also trembling, but the farmers don't pay attention to these problems at all, and their focus is on the plot. "Okay, divorce her. She is a bad woman." Several farmers couldn't help yelling. It seems that, if John hadn't said at the beginning that they couldn't leave the audience, they might have gone up to beat the fiancé. Then next, the young man accidentally found a coiled snake ring in his own small castle. "Hello, little guy, I was once a god." An old servant dressed in a white robe came on stage. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "God!" Exclamation mark. God came to Azan! Exclamation mark. Chapter 45, Coiled Snake Ring. In the audience, the farmers were all exclaiming. There was actually a soul of a fallen god in the ring. Was this boy the one favored by the astrologer? At this time, on the stage, with the support of this god, the boy began to practice. The farmers realized that the old man was not a real god, but a part of the performance. So some farmers who were about to kneel down sat back in their seats again. "Oh, it's so scary. Oh my god, I almost knelt down." The farmers talked about it. At this time, 7 or 8 boys who looked very similar came up and performed various scenes of the boys' practice. Night sculptor, fire manipulator. The boy worked 3 professions part-time. Then, one day, the boy finally stood on the plane teleportation array. The boy turned his back to the crowd and stood tall. "Vivian, I'm here. I'm here to divorce you." After saying this, the light belonging to the servant of truth on the stage suddenly dimmed. This situation stunned the farmers who were watching with great interest. "Where are the people? Where is Zyrolisi?" a farmer shouted. Could he have been teleported to that plane? Zyrolisi must divorce that woman. The farmers shouted one after another, and some even stood up and shouted. However, at this moment, the stage lit up again, and John appeared. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first show, the first episode of the play Snake Ring, and it ends here. The second episode of the play will be performed the day after tomorrow." John came on stage, still full of passion. The farmers just reacted. What just happened was a performance. Oh my god, it was so exciting. Everyone discussed enthusiastically, and from time to time some people looked at Lin Ke and the others in the sky with respectful eyes. Their future little master of Aznen is really good. Next is the second show, free flying. John didn't say much at the beginning this time, and just said a few words before leaving the stage. The light on the stage dimmed. The farmers began to look forward to it. They now know what a performance is, and they are looking forward to the next one. However, the next one is very strange. Is it the so-called singing? 10-year-old Sophie is Lin Ke's personal maid. At least she used to be. She was chosen by Feudal because of her nice voice and cute appearance. But after Master Lin Ke could speak, he immediately cancelled her status. So she became a cleaning maid. At first, she had resentment, but as time went by, only regret and sadness remained in her heart. Whenever she met the master, he would even nod and smile. She knew that, when the master was young, there must have been something wrong with her service, which made the master dislike her. The master was such a kind person, but she didn't serve him well at the beginning, which made her feel deeply guilty. Today, when the master called her over, she thought that the master had changed his mind and could let her continue to serve him. Unexpectedly, he asked her to sing. But no matter what she did, Sophie wanted to perform well for the master, and it would be even better if she could return to the master's side. Looking at the more than 200 people in the distance, she was not nervous at all, but looked at the slightly smaller figure sitting on the cloud not far away. She started to speak. Who is singing? Warm loneliness. The voice was melodious, but there was a hint of sadness in it. The farmers, who had just finished watching the Ring of the Coiled Serpent, were still full of enthusiasm, but they quieted down when the 10-year-old girl Sophie started to speak. In your heart, fly freely. Follow me, go far away. The girl's voice gradually changed from melodious to clear and loud, and through AOF's magic, the sound was transmitted far away. Although it was just a cappella, because the tune was simple and not complicated, and the farmers had never heard such a rhythmic song before, several people couldn't help but hum it. In the air, Lin Ke felt dissatisfied. After all, without musical instruments, the a cappella seemed a little pale. But AOF next to him was very satisfied, and even sang along softly. AOF, who was unknown how many hundred years old, had white hair and beard, and was wearing a robe, but he was humming softly. Who is singing? Warm loneliness. Lin Ke was fidgeting when he heard it next to him. Fortunately, he did not let the maid sing the heroic style of the original version, but sang the tender and sentimental one. Otherwise it would be fun. As for why he chose this song, after all, he remembered songs like Love Trade, Horse Riding, Free Flying, Mouse Loves Rice, etc. They were all catchy songs. There were also songs like Learn to Meow and Youth Saying. He planned to make them all in the future, because watching dramas all the time would be tiring. At this time, Sophie, who repeated Free Flying 3 times on the stage, bowed deeply and then left the stage. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. In your heart, fly freely. Oh. Great. Great. The farmers with poor language cheered and jumped for joy, just like the audience who could only say fuck, and what a pity in the previous life. Next, it's a short play, Romeo and the 40 Thieves. Please welcome the second group of the Azn drama troupe. John made a brief appearance, and then handed the stage to the so-called drama troupe. Next, it's Snow White. Next, a total of 7 programs, including a long series, 2 short fairy tales, and 4 super short stories. There are 3 songs interspersed in it, sung by 2 maids and a male servant. Finally, it ends with a chorus of the glory of Azn. Everyone was disappointed and realized that the performance was over. According to Lin Ke's own observations, this performance was really very successful. Although these dramas seemed to him to be full of loopholes, the actors' acting skills were not up to standard, their voices and tones were not up to standard, and they couldn't remember the lines, and kept looking at the cheat sheet. The venue did not have special lighting, musical instruments, background music. There were also macute problems, props problems, atmosphere problems, costume problems, and other problems. Even the audience would not applaud, but only cheer and shout. But in Lin Ke's opinion, in this world lacking entertainment, it is already good to have these. Just look at the happy expressions of the audience. If there were no professionals in nassing, if the plane itself had enough resources and the endless plane was not discovered, if the endless plane was discovered, but the teleportation array was not invented. There are too many ifs. If all the above conditions were met, perhaps today's nascent continent would be full of music and dance, and it would be possible to develop enough art, entertainment and philosophical systems. However, there are no ifs. Nassim gave birth to Andrew, and with this, the professional system was born, so that talents flourished, and combat power improved. You must know that in the magic system, if you don't have elemental talent, you basically have no talent, and can't be a magician. In the professional system, your bloodline may bring you various talents, and there are various professions waiting for you to choose. For example, Orf has no elemental talent. His talent is actually research. Thunder and lightning are just the ability he mastered after research. NASA originally had enough resources, but with more professionals, the resources were not enough, whether it was natural resources, human resources, land resources, etc. Then the professionals created the interplanetary teleportation array. After all, gods and legends can travel directly in the astral world, and they also know that there are many planes outside, and they will explore them, but it is difficult to occupy and rule. No matter how powerful gods and legends are, they are only one person. But when professionals invented teleportation arrays, ordinary people and low-level professionals could also go to other planes. The endless journey began. It was too late to occupy the planes, so who had time to develop culture and art? If you want to have fun, just go to Pink Street. And this is Lin Ke's opportunity. An opportunity to make money. No one knows the money-making ability of entertainment better than Lin Ke. In this world, nassing, who has the most gold? Of course, it's the nobles. He is the heir of a small noble in the frontier, and strictly speaking, he is not a noble. To develop industry? To develop science and engineering? To develop science and spread ideas? How is it possible? If he is a real viscount, he can still give it a try. After all, there are many things involved. But what if he wants to suck the nobles' gold? Nobles, whether in the past life or now, whether in the past or in the future, what do they need most? After the material conditions are met, the most needed is spiritual satisfaction. If he makes paper, even if it is as cheap as 1 copper coin per sheet, the farmer may want to ask you for some free gifts, such as buy 3 and get 1 free. And what if it is entertainment? If you charge 1 gold coin for a show for the nobles may think it is of low quality. If it is 10 gold coins, the bored nobles may flock to it. So, if you want to make money from the nobles. Entertainment. Culture. Start from these 2 aspects. Chapter 46. She touched my heart. The first performance was held, and everyone was very interested. The farmers went home excitedly, and told the villagers about everything they saw in that wonderful place tonight. The male and female servants and guards were also chattering. And Lin Ke, of course, returned to Azen Castle with John, who looked disappointed. Nix was studying and exploring the doctor system that Lin Ke mentioned this afternoon and evening, and did not come to watch the performance. Antoine, Furlong and Butler Billy were all busy with their own things in the castle, either busy enjoying, busy missing, or busy being a butler. At this time, in the study, "Teacher, what do you think of today's performance?" Lin Ke asked with a smile, while sitting on the chair at the desk. "Very interesting. I think those nobles are happy to pay a silver coin, no, a gold coin to watch it." Orf was sitting next to him, with a look of aftertaste on his face. "The singing of that maid touched my heart, better than those stinky poems of the bards. In the past few hundred years, this is the second voice that can touch my heart." "Yo-hoo? A voice that stirs the heart?" Lin Ke immediately leaned closer, with a face full of curiosity. "Is it the teacher's wife?" It turns out that his teacher is not that socially anxious. After all, Aofu's previous social anxiety was no longer the kind of social anxiety that he understood as a nerd who hated useless social interaction. It was more like a medical social anxiety disorder. But now he actually heard about the teacher's wife. Could it be that he broke up and became socially anxious? Hearing Lin Ke's question, Aofu's face still had a look of nostalgia, and he whispered, "The last time I heard that fascinating voice was a level 15 eagle-faced man I met in the Hading Plain. He was a powerful tribal leader, and his penetrating voice almost made my heart explode. What a heart-stirring voice. Lin Ke was silent. Forget it. It's boring to chat with this kind of socially anxious single old straight man who has been single for hundreds of years. Teacher, this stage is just a stage for now, but I plan to take on various advertisements here later, and I can also hold product launches, and it can also be used as a recording location. To avoid talking about non-existent problems, Lin Ke slowly expressed his ideas. Advertising is not important, it's just a few $100 million. The important thing is the product launch conference. After all, the products he invented in the future need to be used by people. The more they are used, the more money he can make, and the more feedback he can get. As for the recording location, this is purely because of the existence of the photo stone. Otherwise, Lin Ke would not have thought of making a TV series and a movie now. However, the series of nouns in Lin Ke's words confused Aofu. He couldn't react at once. Well, can you say it again? I mean, I may not understand the specific meaning of some of the nouns. Aofu's life is more about research and learning. Well, these are all the words I invented. Let's do this, teacher. You just watch them later. Lin Ke didn't explain much. After all, many things can't be explained in 3 days and 3 nights. For example, money makes the devil push the mill, such as cultural output and cultural invasion, such as value advocacy, such as the money-making power of the entertainment system, etc. It may even involve some knowledge of sociology, economics, and finance. It's not good to say too much. Lin Ke has reasons for what he has now, and he can use precocity to get away with it. But if the knowledge he knows exceeds precocity too much, it will obviously not work. Well, you should also remember to meditate. With your talent, it won't be long before you can reach level 1. When your bloodline is self-sufficient, you can use magic. As a teacher, Aofu warned Lin Ke. Lin Ke nodded in agreement. Now his knowledge bloodline can only grow by feeding, and he doesn't even have the energy to use level 1 magic. Level 1 magic usually requires a level 2 magician to cast. At level 1, it's usually some dust spells, which are not considered magic. I'm going to meditate. See you tomorrow. After so many days of getting along, Aofu believed in Lin Ke's self-discipline, so he flashed and turned into purple lightning and disappeared. See you tomorrow, teacher. Lin Ke stood up and bowed, and then walked out. Back in the bedroom, Butler Billy, Nix and John were waiting for him. Master, the bath water is ready. It's sadded with milk from Gila cows and lucky flowers for sleeping. Billy bowed, with a gentle and polite temperament. Well, I'll go later. Lin Ke looked at Nix. How is it, Nix? How much have you collected? Have you written it down in the common language? From this afternoon to the evening, Lin Ke asked Nix to collect knowledge about medicinal herbs from everyone in the castle. For example, what herbs to eat when you have a headache, what herbs to apply when you bleed, what herbs to eat when you have a cold, etc. This is one of the characteristics of a doctor that Lin Ke guessed, using medicine. The other characteristic is seeing a doctor. These two simple characteristics have complex connotations that are not simple. The first is seeing a doctor. Nix must be able to judge the cause and part of the patient's illness from the patient's description, which requires experience and knowledge accumulation. Then, according to one or more diseases of the patient, the right medicine is given to treat the disease. The simple seeing a doctor and using medicine are enough for Nix to drink a pot. If these two characteristics cannot be integrated into one profession, then Lin Ke will also consider surgery, hemostasis, disinfection and other characteristics. In short, Lin Ke's task for Nix now is to experience how to be a doctor, not the kind of witch doctor who can only stimulate vitality. This is Nix's most important task. After all, every time Lin Ke creates a profession, he will have an extra right-hand man who will never betray him. However, Nix's performance made Lin Ke frown. Mr. Lin Ke, I have asked many people, but only 3 kinds of herbal medicines have been recorded. After saying this, looking at Lin Ke frowning, Nix felt flustered and blamed himself, and tears came down. Lin Ke took it, and looked at it. There were 3 lines of words written on it. Fishian ko, chewed and applied, can stop bleeding. Small yellow flower, eaten raw, can cure diarrhea. Black tree bark, boiled in water, can cure bruises. The meaning of the 3 lines of words is roughly like this. Lin Ke fell into deep thought. Nix over there looked self-blaming, and tears flowed. John felt a little sympathetic to him, but he didn't say anything. Butler Billy kept smiling, and his attention was all on Lin Ke, as if everyone else was just someone else in his eyes. I was wrong. After thinking for a while, Lin Ke suddenly looked up at Nix, and said apologetically, the method was wrong. Nix's tears became more violent when he heard this, but he didn't cry. This was more like the instant flow effect brought by the tear glands that were as potential as his blood talent. John was stunned after hearing what Lin Ke said. The young master was wrong? How could it be possible? Since he followed the young master has never made a mistake. Butler Billy replied at the first moment, wise and intelligent young master, your decisions have always been as dazzling as the stars. If there is a mistake now, it must be because we did something wrong. As he said, Billy bowed. John next to him looked at Billy with admiration. Flattering. On the road of being a butler, he still has a lot to learn from Butler Billy. However, after hearing what Billy said, Lin Ke shook his head. I'm not a god. I make mistakes too. It's unscientific to be omnipotent and never make mistakes. In fact, even for legends, it's normal to make mistakes, let alone gods. As soon as these words came out, Billy's eyes were filled with admiration. John's face was full of admiration, and Nix was even more moved. Chapter 47. Practicing medicine. People in this life don't have so many memories of those herbs and diseases. If you ask directly, you will definitely not get the answer. You must go to the field to investigate. Nix, there is a very difficult task. Lin Ke's expression was slightly serious. Nix's 2 big black eyes were full of tears. Mr. Lin Ke, you say, I will definitely complete it well. The tear glands are too developed. Maybe becoming a doctor should first treat your own tear glands. Lin Ke felt funny. Some people in the previous life also had developed tear glands, and they would cry when arguing with others. It's like this. I found that my method was wrong. If you want to understand the characteristics of doctors, you should go to the village to understand. Lin Ke explained. Village? Nix's tears stopped slightly. Yes, let me tell you a story. The story of Shannon tasting hundreds of herbs. Lin Ke told it slowly. In fact, there was not much, just a few words can tell it. After finishing the story of Shannon tasting hundreds of herbs, John and the other 2 were full of respect. This pioneer is really great. I wonder where the young master saw this story. Butler Billy was full of respect for Shannon mentioned by Lin Ke. My teacher told me, so Nix. Lin Ke made up a story, then looked at Nix solemnly. You don't have to taste hundreds of herbs like Shannon, but you need to stay in the village for a while to see how the villagers and hunters treat diseases. Then, Lin Ke stood up and continued, to start as a doctor, you may only need to stay in the village for a while, but later you may need to save the dying and heal the wounded all your life. Lin Ke looked into Nix's tearful eyes, and put a hand on Nix's shoulder. This is a brand new profession that can make ordinary people who are not professionals live a good life. You will exist as the first professional in the world to serve ordinary people. Your experience will inspire countless ordinary people, so that ordinary people can also become people who save the dying and heal the wounded like you, and even professionals who enlighten blood will take up your profession. But this process is full of hardships and the risk of infection with various diseases. If you are not careful, you may be poisoned to death in the process of tasting hundreds of herbs, or be infected with some terrible diseases or viruses. This road is full of the gaze of the god of death. Are you willing? Lin Ke spoke solemnly. Butler Billy and John quietly lowered their heads and stayed there without making any noise to disturb. The summer breeze blew in, and Lin Ke's brown hair danced gently. Nix thought of the day when he first met Lin Ke, so he immediately knelt on one knee and said loudly, Mr. Lin Ke, I will swear to follow your glory until the stars fall, the world collapses, the rules are destroyed, and I will never change until I die. You are not answering the question. Lin Ke thought to himself, but he also understood what Nix meant, and sighed. I hope you can like the satisfaction of saving the dying and healing the wounded. He also didn't want Nix to live only for him, but to truly love the profession of doctor and live for himself. You should learn the common characters of Nasan first, and maybe you will learn painting in the future. Lin Ke gave Nyx a few instructions, and Lin Ke asked him to go back and rest. Nyx didn't master all the common characters like him now, and only knew some simple ones, and he still needed to learn. But he and John were scholars, and they learned these things very quickly. After Lin Ke finished talking about Nyx, it was John's turn. How was it? Lin Ke looked at John with a smile in his eyes. John blushed a little, actually feeling pretty good. Feeling good? Lin Ke exclaimed. Good guy. If he hosted the show in public with such passion, he would probably feel embarrassed and socially dead afterward. As expected, people are different. As long as you like it, you will be needed to host the show the day after tomorrow. Try to speak without a script. Lin Ke was also very satisfied with John's performance. In fact, John was the best performer tonight, followed by the little maid who sang Free Flying. Okay, young master. John bowed. Uncle Billy, those servants won't have to do other work next time. Let's find a new batch of servants. Lin Ke thought for a while, and said to Billy, okay, young master, but I need to report this expenditure to the eldest lady. If she disagrees. Billy was a little embarrassed. If he disagrees, just say that I saw some parchment in Puxin. I saw some parchment in the Baron of Parrot City. Lin Ke's eyes flashed coldly. He still didn't remember the name of Baron Puxin. He would have to settle the matter of Madame Antower in the future. But now he should concentrate on the task, as long as Antower doesn't become a hindrance to him. Okay, young master. Billy agreed, without asking more questions. As for the funding issue, you don't have to worry, I will solve it later. Lin Ke pondered for a moment, thinking about the performance fee. At present, it is a trial performance, and the villagers are all experiencing it. Later, Lin Ke will definitely let the people of Parrot City come as an audience. Those people from all walks of life like to spend lavishly every time they take risks or complete some tasks. Instead of letting them go to Pink Street, it is better to let the glorious and upright young master Lin Ke run it. Even after the reputation is spread, various nobles and merchants outside the territory of Viscount Azan can come here because of the reputation. At that time, the money-making ability of entertainment will be fully demonstrated. It's not higher than the tax, but it's definitely more profitable than the farm under Azan Castle. In this way, we can make more money to pay off the debt. So, you have to practice hard too. After talking to John, Lin Ke asked them to go back. He took a bath and lay on the bed to meditate. Meditation doesn't make him tired, but makes him energetic. If it weren't for the fullness of his blood, Lin Ke could even stay up all night. Like AOF, it's said that he stood on the top of the castle all night. Outside the soul space, various light spots were floating up and down. Lin Ke's consciousness immersed in it, and then began to capture various light spots. Suddenly, a green light spot jumped out. By the way, the rotten wood block from before. Lin Ke remembered that the artifact fragments from before were placed in the small cabinet beside the bed. So his consciousness rushed towards the big light spot, wrapped it, and then fed it to the knowledge bloodline. The knowledge bloodline was full in an instant, and then began to digest. Lin Ke was about to exit the space, but at this moment, the knowledge bloodline grew a little higher. Grown higher? Exclamation mark. Lin Ke was delighted. Then, he suddenly had an epiphany. Level 1 scholar. He was already level 1. He could learn some simple, non-graded spells. It was indeed a fragment of a divine weapon. Generally speaking, it was difficult to become a level 1 professional in an instant after successfully taking office. For bloodlines with poor talents, it might take several years to become a level 1 professional. But with the help of the rotten wood block of the divine weapon fragment, and Lin Ke's own bloodline talent, he was now directly level 1. This rotten wood block was a really good thing. I wonder if there will be other tasks for the fragments in the future. Maybe I can put together a divine weapon. Having fed his bloodline, and feeling very energetic, Lin Ke simply got out of bed. Someone, go get some parchment and a quill. Lin Ke was not sleepy at all. Immediately, a night watchman ran to the study to get paper. Azan Castle occupies a large area, with 5 floors, not counting the underground. He was on the 4th floor, very close to the study on the 5th floor. The butler came back panting a moment later and brought parchment. There was no paper making here. Although parchment was called sheepskin, it was not necessarily sheepskin. It could also be the skin of animals such as gila cattle and domestic pigs that were unique to this place. Stretch the skin to the extreme on a wooden frame, use a knife to cut it thin, and dry it into shape to make parchment. Lin Ke would also make paper making technology from plant fibers, if he had the chance. The 4 great inventions of his previous life would become one of his inventions today. In the castle, after Butler Billy reported to the eldest lady. Did he really say that? The eldest lady stood in front of the desk with a cold voice. Yes, madam. Butler Billy bowed behind the eldest lady and then hesitated and said, Madam, I think there is a misunderstanding in your plan to train Master Lin Ke. When Billy said this, Antower waved her hand. Okay, you go and help him first. As for the gold coins, take the level 5 curly tail goose feather pen I brought from the Brando family and sell it. Madam, that's your dowry. Billy hesitated and replied. The eldest lady waved her hand again. We have to get through the difficulties now. I remember those novels said that at this time, we can't continue to increase the difficulty for Lin Ke. Billy nodded and left. And Antower stood quietly, standing in the same place. Puff. Antower suddenly couldn't help laughing, and then her face became more and more smiling, with a blush on her cheeks. Well, Xiaolin has seen the letter between me and Sandal. It seems that Xiaolin knows how much his aunt cares about him. It's worth it, that I always tell Sandal to protect them. Hey. But as she laughed, Antoine frowned again, and whispered to herself, but Sandal, that bastard, actually treated my furlong like this. The more Antoine thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she went to her study, picked up a feather pen, and began to write on the parchment. Dear brother, the helmsman of the Brando family, please allow your sister to offer her deep thoughts and concerns. Antoine wrote for a while, filled a piece of parchment, and then went to the window. There was a wooden birdcage at the window. 7 or 8 little birds like hummingbirds stood on one leg in the birdcage, looking at Antoine cutely. Antower opened the birdcage, stretched out a hand, and whispered, Hedwig, take the letter to my brother. Don't let my father see it. One of the hummingbirds hopped over to Antower's hand, picked up the letter with its slender beak, and flew away. Antower looked at the flying bird, her face full of expectation. I hope my brother can bring back money. But I don't know if my father is still angry when I eloped. Chapter 48 Necromancer? No, I'm an artist. The room was red in color and carpeted. On the wall beside the bed were some dried herbs that could help one sleep. On the balcony, there was a small table and a velvet chair, which were usually used to place exquisite refreshments for Lin Ke to enjoy. After putting away the rough parchment, Lin Ke sat on the velvet chair, picked up a feather pen and an unknown plant ink, and began to record on the parchment. He wanted to sort out the things he needed to do. Before he entered society in his previous life, he was able to get into a good university for his undergraduate, master's and doctoral degrees and study abroad at public expense, because he had strong self-discipline and time management skills. Once he felt that there were too many things to do, he would sort out his thoughts and manage his time. Looking at the parchment in front of him, he wrote the words most important and most urgent in Chinese on the first page. Then, the second, third and fourth pages were second important and most urgent and second most urgent, and second important and second most urgent. These were all written in Chinese. Anyway, these people couldn't read Chinese, and some things and secrets were not suitable for others to know. Pick up the first sheet of paper. First of all, for him at the moment, the most important and urgent thing is only one, that is the system task. Enough professions need to be created within 5 months. In today's world, where the ratio of professional characteristics is monopolized, it is actually quite difficult for him to accomplish this task without experience. If professions were so easy to create, the ratio of professional characteristics would not be monopolized by various forces now. But we can all move forward by groping. Moreover, the system tasks seem to be one after another, and there has been no multitask parallel situation so far, so it is very urgent to complete the tasks. Moreover, the rewards for system tasks are also quite good. Either Nix, a follower with great potential, or artifact fragments or never betrayal, all are good. Well, there is one more thing. Under the system task point, Lin Ke wrote Arabic numerals 1, 2, 3, etc. that are not consistent with the local numbers of Nassim. he needs to sort out his ideas about professionals. The first one must be Nix's doctor, at least Stephen Orff thinks it is feasible. The second one is related to the stage. Lin Ke has imagined singer and actor. Lin Ke has not yet decided on the candidates for these two professions. After all, taking up a job means that he needs to ask Mr. Orff to enlighten his bloodline and give simple teachings. If he enlightens some people with extremely poor bloodline talents, it would be a waste of money, so he can use competition at that time. The third one is also related to the stage. The magician that Lin Ke envisions can rely on vision and language to deceive the audience, and naturally can also deceive the enemy. However, Lin Ke does not understand magic very well. He just knows a few simple tricks from watching short videos in his previous life, so this profession is pending. Lin Ke wrote pending after this one. The fourth one is engineer, who needs to be proficient in materials science, mechanics, aesthetics, etc., and even learn some aesthetics. This is a bit like the architect in this world, but the architect here is more like a construction worker, not an engineer. The fifth one is financial, accountant, economist, and financial analyst. Nassim has no accounting system at all, only a simple bookkeeping method, that is, writing Lin Ke as in bought an egg on paper and crossing it out after payment, which is the most primitive accounting method. In terms of economy, all the noble lords, kings, etc. only want to buy the plain coordinates from the legend and then transfer them to colonize. They don't understand macroeconomic regulation, market economy, etc. Finance is okay. There is the earliest banking system here, that is, the temple of the goddess of wealth. The nearest temple is separated by several earls of Azen. But the guy who worshipped the gold worshipping woman to become a god chose the most basic exchange rate of 1 to 10 for convenience, and there are no other financial means. As for the three financial categories, Lin Ke has a very ambitious plan. For example, to create a financial male god and overthrow the goddess of wealth. But that is just a long-term plan. Now these three professions can only be determined. After all, it is estimated that it is difficult to teach financial things in 5 months. The sixth is the legal system of lawyers, judges, executioners, etc. The laws of some kingdoms and territories are in chaos, and the birth of laws almost depends on the nobles themselves. For example, if the nobles don't like to see cows being killed, there will be a law in the territory that killing cows is not allowed. Lin Ke has limited energy and needs someone to write and rule the appropriate laws for him and someone to enforce them so that his ruling power and appeal can be taken to a higher level. After all, it is not advisable to completely copy the laws of the previous life, but it would be stupid. Only by adapting to local conditions can it be truly useful. Although the legal system of the previous life cannot be copied, it can be used as a reference. After writing down this series of professions, Lin Ke discovered the chaos of the entire social system of Nassim. If it were not for the strong strength of those who actually controlled it, and the internal conflicts were transferred to external development, perhaps there would have been endless wars here for years. His current career ideas are only these, and other ideas include designer, film director, and so on. Either they are not of much help to the territory at present, or they require a complete social foundation, so he will not consider them for the time being in the short 5 months. But the seventh one is inventor. This profession he prepared for himself also requires very strong basic knowledge. Fortunately, he should be able to do it, especially if this profession is attached to the lucky bloodline, then he will be more confident. You know, many inventions were originally made by some lucky people who encountered accidental events. Of course, inventor, or scientist. In fact, Lin Ke is still hesitant. After writing these 7 points, this small page of parchment was almost full. This is the most important and urgent thing for him at the moment. And the next is the most urgent, but not so important thing. These things need to be done after Lin Ke completes his tasks. The first thing is to develop some simple industries, not to mention steam engines, generators, fuel engines and the like. Those things require a very strong industrial foundation to support. The first thing that can be made is actually some simple things. For example, clocks, ceramics, and paper. What I saw at the auction before reminded Lin Ke of the 2 principles of scarcity makes things valuable and overpackaging. Some rotten porcelain pieces, which are said to be the product of a scholar's experiment or magic, were directly auctioned under the name of Goddess of Luck. In the end, they were sold at a very high price. There are also clocks. The most difficult parts of a clock are nuts, gears and other fine parts. Its design concept is very simple, and even kinetic energy can be replaced by some small energy absorbing magic arrays. Next is a weapon. The hydraulic forging method of the weapon is very simple, but the difficult thing is to think of this method. The current weapons need to be forged by one person, so the number of weapons produced is not large, and the professional blacksmith forges even fewer fine products. So the urgent, but not so important thing at the moment, is to develop a sufficient industrial system. And this can improve the production capacity of various industries such as the military industry, agriculture, and clothing industry. If the production capacity is sufficient, manpower can be released. If manpower is released, there will be a huge population base, and some low probability excellent bloodlines and professionals can also produce a blowout number through a huge base. At the same time, because of the huge population base and sufficient or even excessive production capacity, the entertainment industry will also flourish. Lin Ke can therefore earn enough gold coins, and then do more and more things, forming a good virtuous circle. Therefore, the industrial system must be established. Just as Lin Ke was recording, two sneaky figures appeared outside a forest somewhere beside the official road. The two entered the forest one after the other, and then bent over to look for something. After a while, the female figure exclaimed, then knelt on the ground, fumbled around for a while, and began to cry softly with her face covered. The man next to her came over, and knelt beside her. After a long while, the woman raised her head. That damned Master Lin Ke left our Roosevelt's body here. The short and fat middle-aged woman said to the man next to her with resentment, I can't find it. Roosevelt was a member of the guard team at the time. He was killed on the spot by Lin Ke because he ran away when he encountered the deep blue giant tiger. Not far from her feet, there was a dried corpse. The only remaining piece of clothing to cover her body showed that it was the guard uniform of Azen Castle. The woman's fingers were groping on Roosevelt's body just now. The power of the gilded overlord is gone. The man next to him was a little hesitant, although his tone was sad. Should we surrender? Impossible. The short and fat middle-aged woman's face was distorted. Roosevelt should run away. The power of the overlord would drive him back. But he was killed by that Azen. Otherwise he would have come back. The aura he collected for us is gone. There is nothing left. We can't go back. However, at this moment, a rather cold wind blew, which alerted the man. The man looked around in panic, but saw nothing, only the layers of trees bearing their teeth and claws. Looking at those trees, the man found them more and more creepy, so he pushed the short and fat woman next to him and said, why don't we burn Roosevelt's body and leave? I heard that there is a necromancer in Nathan who likes to play with corpses, and is good at manipulating souls. The necromancer is gone. That's the trick Nathan used to deceive children. The short and fat woman first scolded the man, then stared blankly at the mummy in front of her, and whispered, we have to look for that kind of kid again, who can perfectly plant the aura of the Gilded Master. The man frowned when he heard it, and suddenly felt that the despair of reality overwhelmed his fear of the shadows of the trees around him. There are too many strong people in Azine, and we have lost our power. Now we are just ordinary people. If we are discovered, we may be killed by the castle. When he mentioned the word castle, the woman next to him interrupted him again. Shut up. Shut up. Don't mention Azine to me. Those damn nobles should all die. They should all die. The woman cursed, and seemed to be unsatisfied after cursing, so she stood up, and punched and kicked the man. The man held his head in fear. He could not help resisting, after being hit several times. He stood up and slapped the woman in the face. Stop. If you didn't want to enter the light prism altar, how could we have come to Nassen for no reason? The woman was stunned by the slap. She knelt on the ground with disbelief on her face. You hit me. You actually hit me? Although the man was trembling with fear at this time, his tone was gloomy. We can't feel the power of the Gilded Overlord now. If we don't have enough noble gold coins, we will die in the end. We need gold coins. We need gold coins with the aura of the goddess of wealth. And the gold coins with the aura of that goddess are only available in Azine Castle. The more the man spoke, the more he frowned. But there is a powerful profession, butler, there, and now there is our overlord. There is no way we can break in. The short and fat middle-aged woman seemed to be stunned by the man, and was just listening to the man. The man paced back and forth, his tone heavy. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Asnan. Damn Asnan. The woman sitting on the ground saw that the man ignored her, so she stared at the man fiercely, and then sat on the ground and cursed Asnan. However, at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded not far behind the two of them. Hello. Distinguished visitors from the secondary plane, may I ask if the Asnan castle is in front of us? The voice sounded sunny and bright, and it was the voice of a young man in his 20s. But it was already night, and the short and fat woman and the man didn't feel the sunshine at all. My lord, my husband and I are ordinary civilians in the village of Asnan. May I ask if you are looking for our lord? The man was quick, and grabbed the short and fat woman and knelt down, and bowed to the young man behind him. The man was trembling at this time, his forehead was full of sweat, and the woman was also panicked. You are not being honest. The young man somehow came up to the two of them in an instant. Civilians won't call themselves ordinary civilians. The man raised his head tremblingly and saw a white, tender, delicate and enchanting face. This was a long-haired young man wearing light pink, with a soft and delicate appearance. However, the man's pupils had shrunk to a point at this time, because the young man's high nose tip was almost touching the man's nose tip. The long-haired young man bent over and put his head in front of the man and woman, and their eyes met. Such a strange soul. Gilded? What an ugly name. A pseudo-god aura at level 20. Can you become a master at level 20? The young man bent over, his eyes curved into crescents, staring straight into the man's eyes, looking into each other's eyes. The man tried desperately to retreat, but his whole body could not move. He screamed in fear in his mind. Soul. You are touching my soul. Necromancer. Necromancer. According to rumors, necromancers will follow the breath of death, and then wantonly play with the souls and bodies of the dead. In reality, the light in the man's eyes suddenly flickered and went out. He fell to the side, motionless, and was already dead. The young man licked his lips with his red tongue. There was even a tongue stud made of an unknown red crystal on the tip of his tongue. He smacked his lips and said, fear, anger. So. Well, it seems that he was at least a professional before. No, it should be said to be a warrior. A frogman warrior. Such an ancient and fresh taste. As he said that, the young man looked at the short and fat woman with a pair of bright and black eyes. You, who are you? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm an apprentice of the Light Prism Amethyst Tower, and I'm a disciple of the Saint Domain. The short and fat woman cried in panic. The man's death had frightened her. Oh, are you introducing yourself? This is my favorite part. The young man's eyes lit up slightly when he heard the short and fat woman's words, and then he stood up straight, clenched the 5 white and delicate fingers of his right hand, and pounded his left chest elegantly and lightly. He whispered, I come from the abyss, and I'm a professional soul manipulator. Yes, I'm not a necromancer, I'm an artist. You can call me Ruin. Remember, I'm an artist. I don't like others calling me a professional. In addition, life is a grand corruption. Why don't you experience it in advance? Ruin smiled slightly. The short and fat woman's originally shocked expression suddenly froze after seeing King Ruin's smile, and her body suddenly softened like a pool of meat paste, and she was silent in an instant. The young man named Ruin smacked his lips, licked his slender and white fingers with his tongue with a stud, and said with some dissatisfaction, jealousy, arrogance, greed. Bah. Speaking of greed, Ruin made a spitting gesture that was very inconsistent with his image, and then wiped the corner of his mouth. Andrew's leg. Sure enough, the taste of greed is the worst. After Ruin finished bar, he leisurely arranged his long hair, then closed his eyes, and recalled the 2 secondary plane souls just now. After a while, he opened his eyes, and looked to the south. Well, is that Azan over there? It's not interesting for a small lord, so I won't go to see it. Then let's go directly to the Great Swamp. Remember that the Great Swamp is south of Azan. Ruin was about to leave, but suddenly frowned and looked at his feet. In addition to the corpses of a man and a woman, there was also a mummy, which seemed to be the corpse of an ordinary Nassim. Strange. How can there be the aura of divine power? It seems that it is not some rubbish like the Gold Overlord, but a power higher than the Lord God of Nasan. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Recruiting Workers. After sorting out the urgent matters, Lin Ke then briefly sorted out the most important but second most urgent matters. That is, cultivation and upgrading. In this world, military strength is crucial. But fortunately, Lin Ke's talent is not bad, even very good, plus he is still young, and has enough time. So he only needs to meditate every night. And the last one, the second most important and second most urgent matter. One is the eldest lady Antova, and the other is Baron Puxin. After all, the eldest lady Antova is his elder, and even if he has enough troops, he can't just kill her. And although he felt that she had bad intentions through some of the eldest lady's actions. For example, he wanted to kill him when he was a child and communicated with Baron Puxin. But when he got along with the eldest lady, he didn't feel any malice, but full of kindness. So he positioned the eldest lady as a strong woman who is good at scheming and keen to be in power, as long as she doesn't become an obstacle and constraint to him. Lin Ke is also happy that there is a person with the same status as Feudal in the castle, who can chat with Feudal. And the disposal of Baron Puxin needs to be done through various channels, such as convening an Azan family meeting. Puxin was punished by various elders who were written as highly respected and readers old. There were many twists and turns in it, and Lin Ke was going to wait for Garros to come back. The King of Azan and the future King of Azan still had an essential difference in the right to speak in the family. After dealing with Baron Puxin, Lin Ke wanted to find an obedient person to manage Parrot City. After sorting out the recent events, Lin Ke let out a long breath. There were many things and they were very complicated, but after sorting them out, they became much clearer. This was also one of the time management methods he used when he took the college entrance examination, postgraduate entrance examination and doctoral entrance examination in his previous life. It was very simple but very practical. As for Roosevelt, who was killed when he met the deep blue giant tiger before, he didn't think much about it at all, just asked someone to take the death news. It seemed that he didn't know anything about what happened in the woods. Master, have a cup of hot Gila milk. At this time, John's voice sounded from behind. Lin Ke got up from the chair. John was holding a cup of milk with sleepy eyes, and behind him was Butler Billy. Uncle Billy, children need to get enough sleep, especially children like John. Lin Ke spoke for John, the child laborer. He has good talent and needs to meditate for a long time to capture enough element to feed his blood. But John's blood is not strong, and he may be full after just 2 bites, and then he can go to sleep. Waking people up in the middle of the night does affect their development. This is the duty of a butler. Butler Billy bowed, his tone still polite and respectful. Master, it is my honor to serve you. John also bowed, but his words were not so beautiful. But Lin Ke treated John as a childhood friend, playmate and good friend, and he didn't care. Okay, you guys go to rest. Lin Ke drank a small cup of milk in a silver cup. Well, it tastes good. The herders of the Gila cow ranch should really be rewarded. One of the specialties of the Gila kingdom is Gila cattle, and the largest production area of Gila cattle is in the Viscount Azan and a certain earldom next to it. So not far from the Azan castle, there is a small ranch that raises Gila cattle and sells cheese, raw milk, and a small amount of butter, beef, etc. Master, do you need a small piece of delicious cheesecake made with lucky flowers and Gila milk? It has an excellent sleep-inducing effect. Butler Billy showed good professional qualities as a butler and thought about everything. John had already listened to Lin Ke's words and was about to turn around and go back to sleep. Hearing this, he quickly turned around and bowed and said, Master, do you want another cup of hot milk? Are you going to make me bloated to death and then get up at night to pee? Lin Ke wanted to kick John twice. Professionalism needs to be improved. Look, Butler Billy knows that I can't drink it now. But Lin Ke said, no, Uncle Billy, John, you guys should rest. He also wanted to sleep. In the next 2 days, Lin Ke carried out according to his own arrangements. Training the performances of various groups of the Azan troupe is not a complete full-time training. Because later, Butler Billy made a simple inventory of the income and expenditure, and found that, if 40 or 50 people were required to leave their jobs, it might affect the operation of the castle a little. For example, the cleaning maids could not clean the castle 24 hours a day, so that the dark, clean and reflective bricks might become dark, clean but non-reflective bricks. For example, if there was one less maid holding the long skirt behind the eldest lady when she walked, it might cause a corner of her long skirt to be dusty. For the so-called normal operation of the castle mentioned above, Lin Ke was only glad that he was born to the second wife Feudal, not the commoner Feudal. This was also thanks to his incompetent father, who brought almost all of this. In the past 2 days, the reaction to the wonderful land was brewing in several villages. The 200 young men and girls went back on the day of the performance and chatted or babbled in their poor language to explain everything they experienced in the evening. This naturally made many people in the village curious. Their young master did not recruit hard labor, but asked them to watch some performance. What is a performance? This made many people curious, and they were ready to go and see it in person the day after tomorrow. Especially many young men who were full of enthusiasm. They listened to what their friends said about the snake ring and gave it rave reviews. Not to mention the vigorous chorus, the glory of Azan. It was really exciting to listen to. In addition to the young men, the girls and women loved the song Free Flying, and it was catchy. During the day, the fat aunts working couldn't help but hum a few lines, not to mention in the evening. Various old men and women, as well as some young men and girls, would gather at the head and tail of the village. Usually they would chat and brag, telling legends that had not changed for many years. What Geros and the 5 followers had to say, what the wife of the sleepless king of the Gira kingdom who married a dragon from another plane 100 years ago was. But in the past 2 days, the content of the chat has become everything about the wonderful land. At the entrance of Azan village, Roosevelt is dead, his parents ran away, Andrew's leg, they are so stupid. An auntie sitting at the entrance of the village said, shaking her head and sighing, our Azanen is very good. Master Lin Ke is smart and considerate. He is good to us, and he doesn't build anything. I heard that other nobles build this, and that every day. That's right. The old lady next to the auntie agreed, and the young master also showed us a performance. What a good young master. Oh, praise Master Lin Ke. He is as great as a god. God is not as great as the young master. Andrew's leg, the young master is so great. Speaking of performances, I heard from Little York that our young master will have a performance the day after tomorrow. Another auntie sat on a small wooden stool, tickling her toes, smelling and saying excitedly, I have talked to the village chief, and I will have a place then. Speaking of performances, the topics of these aunts and old ladies all changed, and they were all very interested. My Rutherford is not yet. He made one for me. We will go together then. The aunt was stuffing sausages, blowing her nose while stuffing, as if she had a cold, rubbing her nose, and then her meat. You have to cherish this opportunity. At this moment, the village head's wife came over with a proud look, twisting her fat waist. Listen to my nephew. The young master may charge in the future. The village head's wife's nephew was John. It's just that John's parents would drown in the early years, leaving John alone. So the village head's wife sent him to the castle, who knew that he would become Lin Ke's personal servant. So the ordinary couple became the village head and the village head's wife. What a boy kissed by the goddess of luck. Thinking of John, the aunts and old men around looked at the village head's wife with envy and jealousy. However, although there will be a fee in the future, it will also be for outsiders. Our young master Lin Ke is very good to us country Azan people. Although the village head's wife looked arrogant, she was still full of admiration when she mentioned Lin Ke. Yes, that's right. Everyone responded quickly, and they also felt that their young master was very good. Village head wife, Roosevelt's parents haven't been seen for several days. At this time, an aunt reported to the village head wife. The village head wife was full of disdain. The 2 servants must be complaining about our great young master Lin Ke. I will go to my little John in a few days and tell him. Well, as for the property they left behind, Speaking of property, the scene was quiet, and the aunts and old ladies looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. That kind of property will generally be confiscated, but there are also cases where the castle doesn't like it, and then their village will divide it up. Just as these people were chatting, a piece of news came. Have you heard, Aunt Laura? The young master is going to recruit a lot of workers. It is said that there is a salary, and the work is easy. Chapter 50 Workers and Factories. Young master is recruiting workers? The aunties and uncles around exclaimed. I want to go. I want to go. When an auntie heard the words give money, she jumped up from her small bench. Then 4 or 5 aunties stood up at once, as if they were soldiers being called. Rich people, they don't do much farm work on weekdays. Why not make money? Farm work here is not like in some great civilizations, where you sow seeds and water them, and leave it to fate. Hey, hey, hey. Do you know what a worker is? You're going? An uncle next to him shouted directly, and they looked like a family. The young man who came to deliver the message at the beginning explained directly after hearing this. Young master said that workers are like the hard laborers in the past, who do less work than hard laborers, but are paid. In an instant, the uncle who was originally unsteady on his legs and feet stood up from the ground, leaning on his crutches. How many copper coins are paid for a day's work? At this time, some people who were doing farm work and preparing to do housework or human work gathered around. They heard give money. The young man who came to promote took the trouble to explain to them Master Lin Ke's recruitment plan. The young man had blonde hair and was very honest and simple on weekdays. Everyone believed what he said, so everyone was tempted. So the next day, with the idea of earning a penny is also earning, I'm idle at home, and I'm idle. People from the 5 villages went out in a mighty manner. Anyway, it's almost the same to guard the farmland by one person. It just takes a little more time. There are 4 or 5 people in a family, and some even have 7 or 8 people or more than 2 digits. There is no shortage of manpower. Azan Castle is located at the southernmost end of the Gila Plain. To the south is the Great Swamp and a small lake called Orlan. The water of Orlan Lake comes from several tributaries of the Azan River, one of which passes by Azan Castle and passes through a large grassland in front of the castle. If Azan Castle is used as the coordinate origin, the river is in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quadrants. There are some small woods in the 4th quadrant. At the beginning, Lin Ke discovered the King of Gods, the old man in the wilderness outside a certain wood. At the same time, the 4th quadrant also has a simple building wonderful land that has just been built, and next to it is the practice ground of the Azan troop. In the 1st quadrant, a road leads directly to Azan Castle and Parrot City, which is specially built for Azan Castle. There is a small Gila ranch that belongs exclusively to Azan Castle in the 2nd quadrant, and there are 5 villages in the 3rd quadrant. The river separates the village from Azan Castle. Well, it seems that it is better to build a factory in the 4th quadrant. Lin Ke looked at the coordinate axis drawn on the table and determined the location of the factory. Building a factory in the 1st and 2nd quadrants may pollute the downstream water source. The 4th quadrant is close to the village, downstream of the river, and extremely spacious, which is a suitable place to build a factory. Teacher. Lin Ke got up from the chair and looked at the curious AOF behind him. Teacher, shall we go now? AOF behind him was full of curiosity. You said this is mathematics. Those numbers don't seem to have anything to do with this picture. The free-spirited school he was in had people who specialized in mathematics and were promoted to level 15 or above with this achievement. He couldn't understand what was the use of this kind of mathematics that specializes in numbers. And what was in front of him was not a number. This is called the coordinate axis, a very practical technique. But let's go build a factory first, teacher. Lin Ke smiled. Mathematics is one of the cornerstones of modern science. Well, you can arrange it. Aofu was not very interested in mathematics, but he thought Lin Ke drew the coordinate axis to show it to him. It was like a child who had just learned an idiom and couldn't wait to tell his parents the idiom story. Aofu felt that he liked the feeling of being treated as an elder. With this feeling, Aofu took Lin Ke all the way to a spacious open space. This place is not far from the village, and some small trees on the edge of the swamp can be seen faintly in the south. Let's go here, teacher. Lin Ke looked at the flat terrain here, which was just right for building a factory. And the first factory he was going to build was a paper mill. In the ancient paper making in the previous life, it was unknown what plants were chosen and what the specific process was, but Lin Ke could study it. The profession he had chosen for his lucky bloodline was inventor, and he believed that the characteristics were invention, manufacturing, innovation and imitation. Yes, in fact, he believed that one of the most important abilities was imitation, followed by innovation. The earliest inventions of mankind from ancient times to the present were all derived from imitation, imitating various living and non-living things in nature, and then gradually extended from imitation to innovation. Lin Ke's first invention was paper that inherited and recorded human civilization. Whether it was parchment, which was difficult to make and write on, or bamboo tubes that required a carving knife, they were not as good as plant fiber paper for writing and recording. Moreover, it was cheaper and easier to industrialize. When paper could be widely popularized, education would also benefit from it, and education could drive the development of the entire society. So the first thing Lin Ke chose to create was not clocks or ceramics, but paper. Although the other two things might make more money, Lin Ke's current funds were only slightly tight for pocket money, and he was not in a hurry to make money. What's more, paper can also be divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade and top grade by packaging, and it also has a strong ability to attract money. Teacher, please show us your magic power and outstanding control. Lin Ke landed on the ground and pointed to the open space in front. He, complimented by Lin Ke, Aofu smiled kindly, waved his right hand, and the thunder staff appeared, slamming heavily on the ground. Boom. A wide shock wave spread out from the bottom of the staff, and the ground rolled up like a wave. Just build it according to the diagram you drew before. Aofu's body was full of lightning, and a purple light burst out of his eyes. Looking at Lin Ke, the energy was so surging that even Aofu and Lin Ke's robes moved without wind. Yes, teacher. Lin Ke stood next to Aofu, feeling the energy fluctuations like the raging waves next to him, and secretly envied him. He is indeed a level 19 professional. Okay. AOF opened his 5 fingers on his right hand towards the ground that was shaking like an earthquake. Look carefully, this is my other skill, gravity. In an instant, a mass of earth walls rose from the ground, accompanied by AOF's words. Ancient earth magicians can also do this easily, but they can only control earth element, while the profession, truth researcher, can use gravity to control various element. Gravity is something that AOF and this world have not discovered in depth. But the most basic thing is that it is enough to discover the existence of gravity. I don't know if anyone here was hit by the apple. Boom boom. As the earth wall rose, AOF gathered his strength again and clenched his palm. Those earth walls condensed inwards, and the hardness became harder and harder. When it reached a certain degree, AOF looked up at the sky. Boom. On a sunny day, 7 or 8 lightning bolts struck directly, hitting the soil that was as solid as steel plates. A factory without a roof was built. Oh, when will everyone have a holiday? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.